Hi, I'm Leslie Campione, Chair of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners.
This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on December 16th, 2025 in Board Chambers, Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
Recording in progress.
It's working now. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this Board of County Commissioners meeting on this very special day, our State of the County, and we appreciate the fact that you took the time to be here with us. First, I'd like to introduce a few of the dignitaries that are with us here today. We have with us our Sheriff, Sheriff Peyton Grinnell. We also have from the town of Howey in the Hills, Mayor Wells. There he is. We have several Lake County Water Authority members, and I'm going to point out the chair is here, Butch Hendrick. Our Clerk of Courts, Gary Cooney. Our Umatilla Mayor, Mayor Chris Creech. There he is. Thanks, Chris. Town of Astatula Mayor, Zane Teeters. And Pam Jones is here today on behalf of Congressman Webster. I know we have several members of LEAD, our economic development partner, with us. You guys, if you could just stand up or raise your hands, we appreciate you being here. And unfortunately, we probably missed somebody. We tried to check as folks were coming in, so I'm really sorry if I missed any of our cities that are represented here today. I want to recognize right now our Board of County Commissioners. Commissioner Sean Parks, Commissioner Anthony Sabatini, Commissioner Tim Morris, Commissioner Kirby Smith, and our County Manager, Jennifer Barker. And also someone who is very integral to county commission work, who we lean on greatly and rely on tremendously, and that is our county attorney, Melanie Marsh. So before we begin the State of County presentation, I would like to ask Reverend James Morey to come to the podium and lead us in a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Humanity is deep and abiding. You place us in communities so that each of your children may thrive and flourish. You impress upon us the importance of good leadership that sets the tone for healthy and community relationships. May your Spirit be upon the members of our County Commission and all who are present here. We are living in days when darkness seems to dominate the daylight and fear of the other pervades. And so your gift to us in this holy season is your light that shines so brightly that we who are created in your image and likeness may see our way. Give our leaders a heart for all of our citizens, a desire to improve life and health for all, and help them fulfill their responsibilities as public servants. We give thanks for the support staff that work to make them successful in their tasks. We thank you for all first responders who keep our community safe, and we pray for their families who support them as they serve us faithfully. May the peace and love of this holy season abide in each of us, and may we aspire to be gift givers, celebrating and passing on the gift of love and light as you bring us in this time. In the name of the Holy One, we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. So our annual State of the County presentation is a great chance for us to recognize the successes and the challenges that we faced over the previous year, and we certainly have faced our share of challenges, and some of them very recently with the big storms that occurred on October 26th. Our theme this year, I think it's a really great theme. It's United in Service and Inspired by Purpose. And as a county, we're just one part of this giant machine that oversees the workings throughout Lake County. We rely tremendously on our cities, our school board, our education partners, and our churches, our faith community, our volunteer organizations. And together, we all work together and serve the community. And it's really an honor to be able to do that. And I know my fellow commissioners feel the same way. Our goal is to make Lake County better every day, appreciate the strengths that we have and work on the problems that we can solve, and understand that government can't solve every problem, nor should it try. But I think that we find that right balance here in Lake County, and I'm really proud of that. So without further ado, welcome to the 2025 State of the County presentation. Hi, I'm Leslie Campione, Chair of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners. Along with my fellow commissioners, I'm pleased to present the annual State of the County Address. The State of the County highlights the impact of Lake County government and its service to residents over the past year. This year, we are also celebrating the partnerships that strengthen and expand our mission. Together, we have focused on the values and vision that make Lake County a special place to live. Over the past year, Lake County has undertaken significant projects to enhance infrastructure, strengthen public safety, and expand opportunities for residents. We have done this with teamwork across county departments, municipalities, and local organizations. As your chair, I'm proud of the strides we've made in promoting responsible growth, preserving natural resources, and investing in the future where families thrive and businesses prosper. So on behalf of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, I'm delighted to present the 2025 State of the County, United in Service, Inspired by Purpose.
Lake County's commitment to service is strong. This year, we made significant strides forward. Through the SAFER grant, we expanded our fire rescue team with new positions to improve response and coverage across the county. We also launched our comprehensive Plan 2050, engaging residents and partners to help shape the vision for Lake County's future. Through our partnership with LEAD, we continue to attract new businesses, support existing industries, and create jobs that strengthen our economy. These accomplishments are more than numbers on a page. They're investments in the future of Lake County. Every library built is a pathway to education and opportunity. Every upgraded roadway makes daily life safer and more connected. And every community partnership strengthens the foundation we build on together.
Hi, I'm Ryan Ritchie, Director of the Office of Tourism, Discover Lake County, Florida. In fiscal year 2025, the Office of Tourism assisted in sponsoring over 188 events, welcoming 963,000 visitors, a clear demonstration of Lake County's appeal as a destination for sports, recreation, and tourism. Over the past 5 years, our milestone partnership with the Greater Orlando Sports Commission has brought more than 100 events to Lake County, generating over $50 million in economic impact. This year, we proudly extended that agreement with them through 2030, continuing our commitment to grow sports tourism and expanding economic opportunity in our community.
Having the opportunity to represent not only Star Athletics but Lake County on the biggest of stages means a lot. This is my second full year with Star Athletics and being in Lake County, so definitely in a space where I've been allowed to grow. Lake County is a place where a lot of Olympians and world champions train. The best part about it is most of those Olympians and world champions are a part of Star Athletics.
This year, we are also proud of our partnership with Star Athletics, a professional track and field team that trains right here in Lake County, further elevating our brand on the global stage.
In Lake County, public works is more than roads and bridges. It's about connecting communities and supporting the growth and safety of every resident. Over the past years, we've made great strides improving the infrastructure that keeps Lake County moving forward. We resurfaced more than 25 roads, upgraded key intersections to enhance safety and efficiency, and continued investing in sidewalks and trails to promote active lifestyle. Projects like Citrus Grove Road Extension, which includes a new bridge over Florida's Turnpike connecting Mineola and Mount Verde, and the anticipated Wekiva Trail, which will link Sorrento, Mount Dora, and Tavares, are helping to create a more connected and sustainable future for the residents and visitors alike. Our success in public works would not be possible without the dedication of our road maintenance and traffic operation teams. These men and women are the backbone of our county's infrastructure, working tirelessly, often in difficult weather and around the clock, to keep our roads safe, our signals functioning, and our communities connected.
I'm George Taylor, Lake County Library Director, and we're here at the brand new Astor Branch Library, which opened this past January. This library is a 6,000 square foot facility which offers plenty of amenities for the residents. We have a meeting room, several study rooms, we offer public computers, Wi-Fi, a teen area, which is great for hanging out, and the children's reading area, which has a beautiful rotunda looking over the park. It's a great place to sit and enjoy a book or enjoy one of our story times. And of course, we still have a lot of great books for you to come in and check out. Over this past year, we were able to help municipalities open 2 new libraries and expand on another one. Using Lake County Library System impact fee funds, we were able to help fund new libraries in Montverde and Mineola and the expansion of the youth services area of the Lady Lake Library. And all over the past year, that's 3 new libraries and an expansion that help provide 20,000 more square feet of library space for our residents.
Lake County is a great place to live, raise a family, and enjoy the natural beauty of Florida. Of course, the county's unmatched quality of life and small town charm makes it a very attractive place for people looking to relocate. Our focus in economic development is to ensure that as we grow, everyone who calls Lake County home can earn a great wage and engage in meaningful work right here in our community. As we welcome new neighbors, we remain committed to protecting our natural resources and preserving our community's character so that Lake County continues to offer that real Florida, real close feeling for generations to come.
It's been a fantastic year working with Lake County. We are really trying to bring in the high-skilled, the high-paying jobs into Lake County. We need to diversify our tax base in Lake County and having business attraction, the right businesses moving to the right locations is the key. We're excited about helping Lake County grow, making this a fantastic place to live.
At its highest and best level, economic development is a team sport, and here in Lake County, we have an all-star team of people and organizations who care deeply about our mission, our community, and our neighbors. Our economic development ecosystem is truly united in service to the people and industries of Lake County.
I'm proud to share some of the incredible work happening in the Lake County Office of Housing and Community Services. This year, we launched Lake County's first Veterans Housing Outreach event. This collaborative effort connected veterans to housing benefits and job opportunities, a true example of our community coming together to serve those who have served us. Through our State Housing Initiatives program, Lake County was awarded $3.1 million in funding. This investment helped to rebuild or repair homes in our communities, provided rental assistance to families in need, and provided between $30,000 and $50,000 in down payment assistance to 28 families. This year's $1.9 million award supported critical community improvements from infrastructure upgrades in Eustis and Leesburg to health and recreation projects like the Butler Street boat ramp and the Lake Cares mobile food pantry, which will provide a source of emergency food for those in rural areas that cannot access centrally located food pantries.
My name is Jeff Hilaire. I oversee the Lake County Work in Lieu of Arrest program, WILLA for short. Work in lieu of arrest is a juvenile diversionary delinquency program that oversees first-time or even now second-time misdemeanor offenders. Kids who pose no threat to the community, they're given the opportunity to bypass former prosecution. Our program oversees 10 to 17-year-olds. Kids in our program have a lower risk of recommitting or committing new offenses once they've completed our program 1 year past completion. So the program is a great success. Our fiscal year this year was another record-breaking year. We actually finished the fiscal year with 296 cases, which is amazing. That speaks to the volume of the program, the success of the program, and our community partners in the Lake County Sheriff's Office, Board of County Commissioners, and our municipal police departments, and DJJ as well too. They collaborated to start this program, but the program as a whole is to reduce recidivism rate and to not stigmatize our juveniles. The purpose of the program is for kids to receive swift and immediate consequences, minus the stigma of being labeled a delinquent or having to carry a criminal offense moving forward. As we all know, we all need second chances.
Hi, I'm David Kilberry, the Public Safety Director for Lake County Fire Rescue. I represent more than 500 men and women that make up the elite team of Lake County Fire Rescue. Through the leadership of the Board of County Commissioners, we've made significant improvements to the public safety. Our Lake County Emergency Dispatch Center received a perfect score of 10 out of 10 possible points from the Insurance Services Organization in rating our communications ability for dispatching fire rescue. We also have made significant improvements in a first-of-its-kind class of paramedics in-house in Lake County Fire Rescue. The typical journey for a paramedic is 12 months through academic coursework. In collaboration with a local provider in the Orlando region, we were able to bring 17 EMTs out of the field and put them through an intensive Monday through Friday paramedic course to graduation in just 6 months. Our personnel are going to be enhanced through a federal $7.5 million grant to hire 36 additional firefighters to bring the staffing level to 3 on 10 additional fire trucks. I want to let you know that the future looks bright for Lake County Fire Rescue, and through the leadership of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, public safety is a #1 priority. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Hi, I'm Justin Elkins, Water Resources Director here with Lake County Water Authority and the Lake County Board of County Commission.
I'm Robert Hendrick, the sitting chairman of the Lake County Water Authority Board of Trustees.
Lake County, we're part of that Central Ridge, the spine of Florida, if you will. So there's a lot of topography, a lot of elevation differences. And as we know, gravity is not our friend with water. We're in these wetter hydro periods now. We're seeing a lot of a return of that water where it used to historically it may have been. As we start to see these weather phenomena, these cataclysmic events, we start to try to posture and get in front of those. So with resiliency, we've recently teamed up with the Emergency Command Operations Center of Lake County. We've instituted a new Emergency Support Function 12 with water resources. So staff is in the Emergency Command Operations Center overnight during these rainfall events, these large storm events, and we're here to not only provide water quality improvements, recreational improvements, restoration, etc., but we do first response, we do recovery, we do resiliency. It's all for the citizen, it's all for the resource.
You got to get to the source and eliminate those problems you're talking about to keep this water natural and clean and make it healthy. It's been a great collaboration with the Board of County Commissioners, and I think it's because we're both on the same page, we have the same goal, and the staff at the Lake County Water Authority has been awesome, and they have the same goal also.
I want to let the people know that, not at the end of the day, but at the beginning of the day, staff here are committed to the resource.
My name is Megan Milanese. I am the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for the Lake County Board of County Commissioners. This year we saw historic flooding in 2 of our municipalities, Eustis and Mount Dora, that was caused by a historic rainfall situation that occurred when 19 inches of rain fell within that area. We did respond to the flooding in that area alongside our municipal and state and even some federal partners in order to make sure that we were taking protective measures as well as getting ourselves recovered as quickly as possible. That included things like making sure our public safety staff were supported, alerting residents to the dangers in the area and trying to get people to stay away from those locations. And now it's going to look like building back those communities to where we can get access to those areas again, build back the roads, and try to make sure that we are serving the community as best we possibly can.
Together, we'll keep moving forward into a future guided by service, grounded in purpose, and focused on the people of Lake County.
The achievements we shared today are a direct result of our team's hard work and our shared commitment to the people of Lake County.
We also want to thank our partners and the members of our community. Together, we make Lake County a great place to live. And on behalf of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, thank you for joining us for the 2025 State of the County.
Well, again, I want to thank everyone who's been involved in all these collaborative efforts that we watched on the video today. We could be here for another hour if we highlighted everything, but we really try to just pick out those key moments and some of those key things that are happening right now that we're especially proud of. Our partners are critical. We appreciate our partners. We have a lot to do. Stormwater management continues to be a huge issue. I can announce that it looks like around Friday or Saturday, where's Bobby? I think I've got this right. Friday or Saturday, if weather permits, Wolf Branch Road should be reopened. And it will be able to handle more stormwater. It's built differently than it had been before, and we're working on some of the root causes that contributed to the amount of volume that came through that area. Hopefully, in about a month, we can give the community an update on Britt Road and the progress that we're making there. So again, thank you for taking your time to be here with us today. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to everyone in Lake County who worked so hard to address the needs immediate to them and in the community at large. We appreciate your service. We appreciate the difference that you make. And I think we can all say we love Lake County. We're proud of our county, and we think we have the best county in the state of Florida. So we'll take a little break in the rotunda. We have some refreshments, and so we'll ask you to join us out there, and then after that, we'll come back in and begin our regular meeting. All right, we're going to resume our meeting, and we're going to begin by moving into updates to the agenda. Jennifer, do we have any changes?
Yes. First, tab 5, the fiscal impact statement was added, and we do have a request to move the number 2 road presentation up in the agenda if the chair is so willing. Thank you.
Is everybody okay with that? We'll move number 2 road up. We've got Howie here, and then they'll be able to head back to Howie afterwards.
That's
Okay.
fine. Tab number?
42. Okay. All right. Housekeeping, election of chair and vice chair.
Move for
Madam Chair.
Kirby Smith to be chair.
Well, Madam Chair, I was gonna make a motion to ask you to be chair this year.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion. We had a motion. Did we have a second on that motion?
Second.
We have a second on that motion. Okay, so we'll call a vote on that. We have,
Quick on discussion, though. Don't we always do 2 years?
we do.
I just think,
Obviously, just real briefly, what's the history, last 10 years?
well, I've got an email that was sent to me that where Commissioner Campion had said that they need to be rotated every year. That was when Jimmy Connor was on.
That was because Jimmy Connor was on.
Yeah.
I mean, we had issues. I mean, it was tough.
Well,
Look, anybody who was
I'm just-
here and lived through that was a tough time.
But I think, it's an election year. I think that we need somebody that doesn't have an election sitting in the seat. That's just my opinion.
Well, my biggest thing is consistency, because consistency breeds congeniality, right? I want us to be cordial and like everybody friendly. I don't want to I hate competition on the dais. Like, I just don't like it. So it's a 2-year thing, traditionally. If we wanted as a super majority of the board, like for now on, it's an annual thing. Totally fine with that, but I want everyone to agree, so I'm going to stand by the 2-year tradition.
I believe it only became 2 years after COVID.
Was that when?
Well, before then, it actually, there was a time when I think Welton was chair for 6 or 7 years in a row. So there wasn't really a pattern. Then there was kind of a pattern or policy, and then we began the 2-year. So
Yeah, and I agree. There's some history here. I mean, there was a time, I guess, at one point there was a chair while that person was running. So I don't think that was a problem back then. But I do agree. I said if we're going to change it, it would be we would do it, because I think you've done a great job. So I would and Commissioner Smith, you did a great job for 2 years prior. So it's good. This is a good board. We tend to we try not to be political in that position. So I think it's worked out good. But if that's something we want to do, I think you talk about it like in January when we have our retreat as maybe a policy for next year. I mean, personally, I don't care if I'm ever chair. I wouldn't care if it's 1 year, but maybe we should have to talk about it instead of having that discussion today.
all right, so we've,
Super majority, because if it is an annual thing, totally fine with that, but
Yeah.
it's 2 years, and I like 2 years too.
It's not set in stone, and I'll reiterate, I don't think somebody needs to be sitting in that seat that's running for election.
and that's
There's
because
a fine line.
you need to explain that, because I don't really understand
time
that,
I-
because
every
we were
time I
kind of
say-
like, as
every time I
public
say-
servants, we're kind of always running for election. Our decisions should
Not really.
always, no, our decisions should always reflect where we stand and should not be, I mean.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but I have seen, we need somebody sitting in the seat that's not running. I mean, that's the policy I think we should have. That's just
And
policy.
it sounds like maybe the idea would be that at our board retreat, let's pick this up at the board retreat and talk about that, whether that needs to be something that's written in stone.
Yeah, but I do like longer-term
Yeah,
chairmanships too, by the way. Just a heads up, I do like the 2-year thing, because then they're not nervous at 6 months of, I hope my colleagues, reappoint me as chair. Like, I like it when people can just have some breathing room. So with that said, obviously that's, happy to have a discussion at the board thing, but 2 years is good with me.
All right, to dispense of the motion and the second, all in favor of the first motion, second, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
First motion.
All
So
right.
that fails.
That fails. Dispense of the second motion and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, that passes 3-2. And I can assure you that,
I'll call you on it if you do. I don't mind.
I mean, and I don't really know what, is the issue being busy, or is the issue being that your positions don't reflect where you stand? Because I don't think you can get me on any of those. I'm busy, but
will tell.
a good manager of time, so.
And then I would nominate Parks for vice chair. Just again, the consistency. I like the idea how we do it, yeah.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. All right, moving on to minutes approval. Mr. Cooney,
Good morning. I have one set of minutes for your approval this morning.
Move to approve.
all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Moving then to citizens' question and comment period. During this portion of the meeting, the public can discuss items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of zoning items. Anyone who's joined the meeting via Zoom using their phone may press *9 to virtually raise their hands, and if you're on Zoom online, please click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. Everyone will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after 3 minutes, an alarm will sound, letting you know that your time is up, and we just ask at that time you wrap it up so that we can be fair to everyone and everyone's time. We have, do we have anyone yet online? Do you see any? Okay. We have, I'm looking to see which ones are general comments. We've got some that are on items. All right, we'll start with Farmer Banks Helfrich.
Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live at the Clay Road District in South Lake County. Farm tip of the day, lettuce you can put in the ground now. The great thing about lettuce is that it will give you 3 harvests. It will harvest every 30 days. So for the next 3 months, you can be eating your own salads. Chairwoman, board, distinguished guests, where has compassion gone? We live in a society, in a community now where we are divided, we are entrenched, we are pushed to sides. We are looked at each other as villains at times. We have chosen ideologies which cause us to not be so nice to each other. Our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters, our kids even find ways to combat each other. This is unsustainable in our society. We spent 250 years to create this great country, and we have had issues. The Civil War was one of the biggest issues of combativeness. So what can we do as a society, as a government, as a community? We need a unifier. We need someone to reach across the aisle with an olive branch. We need someone to not yell or scream, but to hear and listen. And that unifier is not a celebrity or an actor. That unifier is not a policymaker or a politician. That unifier is someone for which you look at when you see yourself in the mirror. Yes, that someone is you. So the next time you look in the mirror, look hard and look deep, because you are the unifier. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Terry O'Neill. And then Joe Famasi.
Good morning. My name is Terry O'Neill, and I am the Community and Government Affairs Consultant for Seco Energy. And I'm here just to give you a formal introduction to myself and to let you know that if you ever need anything from Seco Energy, you or your constituents, you can reach out to me directly. I do have some information here for all 5 of you. Inside it has our annual report. It has an economic report to show what Seco is contributing to Lake County specifically. We have some storm information, and then of course my business card. I just want to say thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and actually being at our meeting.
You're welcome. Can I pass this to staff?
Yes, if you could give that to the clerk, and then we'll get that after the meeting. And then Joe Famasi, And then after Joe, Richard Johnson. All right.
2693 Jumpy Jack Way. I come forward to ask about the Wellness Way area. Continue to see problems down a 5 Mile Road. The mud and trucks, 10:30 at night, nothing happens good. So asking again that you close off the road of 5 Mile on the one side of Wellness Way and the other side of Wellness Way so that you don't have collisions from traffic that is, when the mudders come across, they almost don't even touch the Wellness Way road. They pretty much jump to the other side of 5 Mile. We've recently had a 4-acre fire down there. Happened in the middle of the night, possibly when these fellows were down there. They're doing nothing but damage to the road. They're going out there after rain. They're tearing up. That road was made for runners and bicyclists and other activities, not mud trucking. Once again, I'm asking that you close it off. Also, the MSTU is paid. So why are the lights not on from the 5 Mile area of Wellness Way clear down to Parkside Trail? Approximately 50 people live down there. They commute that road every day. There's lots of animals out there, coyotes, those kind of things. And I wish they would turn those lights on out there at Wellness Way so that those folks that have also paid attention to this can use the services that they're supposed to be provided. Also, I asked last time, is the MSTU paying for street cleaning in the area? And also, the well that is created by Lennar, are they charging for that to water the MSTU project? I'd like to get answers to these questions. I appreciate any help that you could give the Wellness Way area to help make it a little brighter down there, because we have the lights down there, but they're not on. I don't know what the deal is. And also, the traffic on the 5 Mile. That's going to be a major danger to our area if we don't address that soon. And also, you know, you're going to damage that trail. Please, block off Wellness Way. If you block off Wellness Way, it'll dead end then for those folks, and they'll choose to go another path. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, and if maybe Jennifer, somebody from staff could look into the lights, they should be on. Maybe there's a reason, and I totally agree with Mr. Famazi. The trail should be cut off. I think it was supposed to, we're getting close to doing that to avoid some of the traffic, but if you, I don't know if you want to do it now or get with Mr. Famazi, either way, it's up to you.
Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. I'll get with Joe. We're looking at 5 Mile Road. Currently, it is a road. It's not a trail right now. There's some people accessing it, but we are looking to see if we can close that off. I'll have to check why I'm assuming he means the illumination lights, so I'll check on those. Those should be on. Street cleaning is currently not included. Maybe we could add street cleaning, but it's not currently being done. And the well is being currently paid by the by the developer, not by the MSVU.
I appreciate it. Maybe you could just pass along to Mr. Famazi the plans for the trailhead on the Clay Trail. I know that's on the the west side of the road, but the west end of 5 Mile. But maybe you could just share those plans with him. I know there's some plans, some concept plans and things that we did, and the timing and all that. That could be helpful to him. Thank you.
But the question on 5 Mile, though, you're talking about the possibility of maybe like a gate or something, like for public safety, they could open it?
It is the Clay Trail,
Right.
so it will be a running multi-use feature because people come from around the region actually to still.
But you wouldn't need to drive on it, right?
No, you're not supposed to drive on it at all. Exactly, yeah. It should, at some point, it's supposed to be cut off for traffic. It is part of the.
It will become a clay running trail at some point in time. It will be blocked at some way. I'm not sure if it's a gate or bollards to kind of keep so that people can still get their bikes and their persons through that to do running, but it would be gated off.
And then there's the trailhead on the west side of it, of where the road ends, that actually we had some people from South Lake raise a lot of money to donate to the trailhead. So that's being.
Trailhead up near Hancock where the school's coming in. We're trying to coordinate with that to get a trailhead on that end.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered if it's being relied on for transportation purposes, that's one thing, but if it's not, why would we wait till some point in the future? Why would it, and it's causing problems by having it open? Maybe it's the time is now to create it so that it can only be used for walking or cycling.
I'm actually meeting out there with Conserve, I think tomorrow, to talk about some of these issues.
Yeah, the sooner the better, because everybody's using Schofield, and Wellness Way Boulevard will be open literally within the year, so that'll be a whole nother road as well. Yeah.
All right, and you'll check on the lights.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Richard Johnson?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for allowing me to come to speak. I was here approximately 2.5 months ago to talk about my property at 14345 County Road 455. The property that's south of me has, at 14227 County Road 455, has loaded in about 1,000 loads of dirt, which has now cut off the natural water runoff from my property. And in 2018, that gentleman brought the property undeveloped, started developing. So we've had to close down our farm. We had to get rid of the cattle, the horses due to foot rot, because our south part of our property will not drain properly, because it used to go between ours, a 10.5 acre, and then his 5 acre. We bought the 10.5 acres in between us because the gentleman that lives on the other south side of my property wanted to buy it and develop it. We've actually had to get into our 401k to buy it. So now we've disrupted our retirement to control them, so nobody can build on it and cause the property we have now to be ruined. If we even got 1/3 of the rain that Mount Dora got, our property would be totally flooded. We would have lost our house and everything. So I'm just trying to get somebody out there. You got me in point with a few people. It marched out right away, and it just kind of fizzled out. They came out and said, well, we can't go on this gentleman's property. I had prior approval from the homeowner to go on it. I brush hogged it and cleaned it out so that it'd be, nobody could say it's, overgrown, we can't walk in there. Because there's a moat system that goes around our properties. They filled in, the person that developed the land filled it in with construction debris from his businesses. We're talking concrete, patio, bricks, pipes, everything. So now that moat system on the west side is partially filled in. So my property cannot drain properly. And I'm just looking just to get the water off. So right now, we're land rich and dollar poor. So now my wife's gonna work another 5 or 7 years to replenish our 401k. Otherwise, we had to sell our whole property to get our money out for retirement. I'm just wanting to get that water to get off. All it needs is either a 18-inch, 24-inch culvert system from where they filled into to get around to the other part of the moat system, or dug on the west side so it can pitch back around now that it's filled in.
But where would whose property would the culvert go on, or the pipe? I'm just trying to understand if there's public property involved, or if we're strictly talking about private property.
All the moat systems were put in back, I'm assuming, back in the 40s and 50s through the Army Corps of Engineers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go off the southwest side of my property, it drains all the way out and all around all this. Anything that's east, south, drains through that minute 10.5 acres and the 5 acres to the moat. And then you look in Lake County's permit that he gave them for grading, it says it's not supposed to impede the natural water runoff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's clearly states in there in MS4, clearly states that he put a necessary amount of fill-in after the house was built.
So, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
So could I make a suggestion? Maybe he get with our stormwater department along with the Lake County Water Authority to.
And I think,
track that
yeah.
in detail.
Yeah, I think they did come out and look, but I think we need to figure out why it fizzled and.
They're saying, well, we didn't put them in, Lake County. I mean, they were put in by the Army Corps of Engineers. But, now that you all gave him a permit, allowed him to do this, now he's interrupted the natural water.
Right.
I mean, I can guarantee if this was the other way around and I was interrupting his property, now my property's devalued. There's no way I could sell it today. People walk out there, you can't, I have 1.5 acres, 2 acres I have to mow with a weed whacker. I got
Okay, let's
tractors,
do this. Let me
zero
hear
turn
from
brush hog,
the.
I can't even use them.
Let me hear from the county attorney real quick on suggested next steps.
So a couple of things. I know that our Director of Code Enforcement had sent you an email, I believe it was on November 4th. Let me pull that back up. On November 4th, notifying you that they have been out there, they've looked at the situation, and unfortunately, if there is something going on out there, it exceeds the limits of code enforcement. It's not a county code issue. There is also an email that we received from DEP that says that they have responded to complaints at that address 3 times since 2020, and that they also have not been able to substantiate any claims about activities on that property causing off-site flooding. So he does have the option of retaining his own attorney. It may be a civil issue, depending on what's going on out there, but code enforcement has been out there to look at it. I don't know if Glenn is here, but he did respond.
What about the permit side of it, though? The fact that a permit had been issued.
And what permit was issued?
You said that the
grading permit.
The grading permit, it seems like that might be the.
So I don't know if Jordan's here.
And you can even see from MS4 that when they went out, clearly states that he overfilled
Right.
after he built the house. So he waited. This guy's very sneaky. He's doing it again in Lake County off of 27 right now at another property. The people around him are up in arms. This guy keeps continuing to do this.
So why don't we do this? Let's let Jordan have you all go talk in the rotunda, get the information. We're going to see if we can help. And as the attorney said, it could be that it has to be done in a civil nature, but blocking the natural water flow is a real problem. So, and obviously it's affecting you and it'll affect others.
Prior to him buying this in 2018, we had no problems at all. I mean, I could drive my tractors out there, all that stuff. Now I have all this implements and I can't even use it.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right. You guys will go talk. All right. We have a card from Joe Famasi on tab 8, and the issue is, this is on consent, so the question would be if it gets pulled from consent. That's one thing, but I can go ahead and take the comment.
You have to pull it. If he's wanting to ask a question on consent, then I would pull it.
Well, we'll just pull it then. We'll pull 8, and then we've got comments on 17, so we'll pull 17. Do we have anyone else online? Yes.
Yes, Vincent, you should be able to unmute your line. Please state your name for the record and then give your comments to the board.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Vincent Nemick from Claremont, Regency Hills. Real quick question. I know you're busy. You have a large agenda. I would just like to know the update status on Hancock, when it's going to be opened. If somebody could please answer that question. I'm talking about from Shelter Road to Hartwood Marsh. And I just want to bring to your attention before you vote today that Orange County is planning to put over 600 homes by Williams Road, which will cripple Marsh Road, which will then trickle into Hartwood Marsh Road. So I just want to bring to your attention. You probably already noticed, but this was brought to my attention, and I'm sorry I could not be there in person. I had other personal matters to attend to at home. If somebody could please answer that. Jeff, I see you standing there, so please, somebody give us an answer, because all of us residents in Hartwood we serve, Hartwood Marsh, and especially those on Hancock would like to know the answer. What is the progress with Hancock? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent. Jeff?
Both roads, please.
Jeff Earhart again, and Engineering Director. The Hancock, the construction is supposed to start January 5th. The PO has been issued for them to start construction. I'm guessing 9 months to complete that. Hartwood Marsh is the other one. The schedule is that should be bid in January, February, and then we should be able to, if all goes well, award like in May or June for construction. And I'm 26.
Okay.
So I'm here in March in 2026.
You probably heard March 2025, but that.
We're still hoping.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else online? Okay. All right. We'll move on then to presentation of proclamation. Is Marcy Golsky here from WESH? There you go. Okay. If you'll come forward. Let's see, we need to vote on this. This is Proclamation 2025-149, and this relates to food drive that WESH organizes and works with Second Harvest on. So we just need a motion.
Move to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes 5-0. So I'll come and present this proclamation. Let me read the proclamation here real quick. Whereas WESH 2 News Share Your Christmas Food Drive began in 1986 to meet the needs of those struggling with food insecurity and has each year since continued to collect food to benefit Lake County residents. And whereas WESH 2's Share Your Christmas broadcasts have highlighted the need of neighbors in Lake County for the past 40 years. Whereas WESH 2's Share Your Christmas Food Drive ensures all donations made in Lake County stay in Lake County for the benefit of our neighbors. And whereas WESH 2's work with Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida through Share Your Christmas has collected more than $10 million and 5 million pounds of food in the last 40 years. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County that WESH 2 News' 40th anniversary of Share Your Christmas Food Drive is a great milestone for the Central Florida community.
Thank you.
Our thanks to everyone at the station for what you're doing. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this acknowledgement. Friday was our actual 40th anniversary food drive that was held at the Sheriff's Office substation in Claremont, and we raised more than $10,000 at that location, as well as almost 9,000 pounds of food. And with the work of Second Harvest Food Bank, every dollar and every pound of food that we collected goes right back to food pantries here in Lake County. So thank you for the acknowledgement, and we hope to be here for another 40 years.
Great. Thank you. All right, the Clerk of Court's consent agenda, Mr. Cooney.
Good morning again. I have one item on my consent agenda this morning.
Move for approval.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes 5-0. Moving into consent agenda, tab 44, or 4 through 32. We're pulling tab 8 and 17 and 16. Any others that board members wish to pull off of consent?
Weren't you going to move Howie number 2 road up?
After consent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll make a motion for consent agenda minus tabs 8, 15, and 16?
8,
16 and 17, sorry.
Okay. All right. We're pulling 8, 16, and 17. We had a second. All in favor on the rest of the consent items, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, now moving to tab 8. We have a card from Joe Famasi on this one. Joe? This is a contract for general planning, zoning, and strategic economic development consultation services on an as-needed basis with GAI Consultants, Levy Consulting, RVI Planning, and WGI Inc. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner. Joe Famasi, Wellness Way. Part of the deal that I have with this is Levy LLC Consulting. I haven't seen anything come out of his consultation with the county. He has promised major economic boom in the Wellness Way, which has not materialized. He just recently admitted that the Olympus project is a little slow to develop its economic potential that was claimed that he could do back in 2021 when he did a presentation to the city of Claremont, which Commissioner Parks was there. Nothing's happened even close to what he promised for that 21 presentation. Currently, another thing that he admitted that it was faulting right now is the development of infrastructure needed down by the 516 to support the logistics centers that are supposed to drive the economic high-wage jobs. It seems that we make a plan, but we don't get there with this particular consultant. So I'm asking that we withdraw from this. You have many people that are in the economic department here that work for the county that are doing the similar job, and it seems redundant. So how about we save the taxpayers some money and discontinue this since we're not meeting the goals? Wellness Way was supposed to be an experiment to bring those high-wage jobs, and it's not materializing. So that's my disagreement with this particular contract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any discussion, or are we, do we have motion to move forward with the as-needed contracts? These are as-needed contracts that are used for particular projects as they arise.
Yeah, let me just start by saying I think Jennifer sent us all links to the meeting discussion on this issue in Claremont, and they voted 5-0 on their side of it for Richard Levy. So recognizing, some of the concerns about Wellness Way and not getting into all that, we would be here a while if you let me talk about that in the history. I'll make a motion for approval.
All right, do we have a second on moving forward with these as-needed contracts?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving ahead then to tab 16, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I pulled this tab, I thought it was important that the public understands where we're spending this money and how it's getting disseminated to the public. So I've asked Ryan to come up, and he's probably also going to give it in his report, but this is going to be where and when will these ads be aired?
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question, Commissioner. Good morning, fellow commissioners, members of the audience, and staff. For the record, Ryan Ritchie, Director of the Office of Tourism. This project really was inspired by a documentary series that aired on Netflix called Sprint that recognized all of the professional track and field athletes. So we kind of had this idea with our agency to bring something similar to this to Lake County. And so we'll be utilizing the Star Athletics team to that live here, train here. They pretty much do everything here to highlight the assets that we have here in Lake County and use it as a tourism piece. So once this content is produced, it has a pretty significant shelf life. Our plan currently right now is to use it for our social media channels that we have, including Facebook and Instagram. We're also looking at including that into our YouTube channels as well. From a bigger picture standpoint, there's opportunities to include this content with ESPN, where in fact the USA Track and Field Annual Convention was in Orlando the first weekend of December. I had a meeting with their chief marketing officer who said that they can utilize a lot of this content on USA Track and Field TV, which has several million viewers, and they can utilize this content as commercial airtime on 20-plus live events that they host throughout the country. So once produced, we'll be able to utilize that content in those avenues.
And thank you very much. And I thought this is exactly what we needed with outside-the-box thinking and helping promote Lake County as an active tourism spot. This is a perfect way to do it. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that for discussion.
Any more discussion?
Is Star Athletes a nonprofit or a for-profit?
Nonprofit.
Good. That's the answer I wanted.
All right, any further discussion, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, the next item is number 17. This is with regard to the request from staff to surplus the county-owned property in Lake Mac that was formerly a volunteer fire station that had been deeded to the county many, many years ago. The county has been allowing the Northeast Lake Community Outreach to operate out of this building, I believe, since 2015. And they just conduct the typical things that you would see at a local community building. They do, food drives, they do backpack events for kids, they do tutoring, they do, the things that you do at a small community center. So do we have some pictures that we can show of the property?
Where did we leave off last time in the discussion? Do we want to put a reverter clause in there or something like that?
So that was what was being proposed after our last discussion, that we would have a reverter clause, that if it ceased to be, if it ceased to be used, it's part of this agenda item. If it ceased to be used for these types of purposes, that it would revert back to the county, and that if the county needed it for sandbag operations or particular events that we needed to hold, that they would allow us to use it.
Do we have cards on this?
We do. We have 2 cards.
Okay. It's a mess out there. I mean, it needs to be cleaned up, so giving it away for somebody to clean it up might be a good idea.
Well, and here's where I'm a little concerned. Do we have?
So I think IT's working on it. Our screens are blank.
Let's see if pictures come up. I think all of us have had access to the photos, and I've been out there several times, so I know what it looks like. It's in bad shape. Here's my concern. My concern is that it's in such bad shape that this organization struggles to do the things that they do to help the kids and give them a place to go and a safe place and a good place to congregate. But we're turning it over to a group that I don't know how they're going to raise the money to take care of this property or upgrade it. I'm more inclined to say the county should be an applicant for a CDBG grant and see if we can get the property in a condition that's actually safer, nicer, and a better environment for the kids in Lake Mac to use. That's my concern.
So this is the block building, had a pretty good roof structure on it. I didn't see if it was shingles or metal. I think
it's shingles.
Shingles, but can you go back to the picture of the roof, please?
I think it's shingles. So my point is, to see the rafters are looking good, the wood underneath the rafters are fine. There's a lot of people out there, shingles from this angle look okay. There's a lot of people out there that live in this area that would probably donate their time and talent to help this community start this up. So I would go that direction first before saying we're going to spend any CBDG grant money out here, if we can get the community involved and make it a true community center to where they're using their time and talents to make it their own. But I'm okay with giving the property to them because we do have a reverter clause in our first right of refusal.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with the way it's structured, and I would support it just the way it's written, because if something goes wrong, we get it back, fix it. But in the meantime, they get dominion and control over it, let them do it.
What's the threshold, though, is if they cease to use it for community purposes, not that if it falls in further disrepair or it becomes unsafe or anything like that. It's just strictly if it's no longer used for.
Correct. If they don't use it or if they dissolve for some reason, then it would revert back to the county.
There's a situation out in Pine Lakes where there's a little community building, and unfortunately in that one, we have groups that fight over who's legitimate and who's not, and it does become a problem, and it has become a problem in the past. They had somebody in there at one point that was operating and making representations about who they were and what they were all about. In reality, it was a pretty sketchy organization. So we know this group, and we know the work that they've done, and that they're directly connected to that community, which is certainly a positive in this case. But we have 2 speaker cards. Anthony Randall.
Anthony Randall, 40819 West 2nd Avenue, Umatilla. The main concerns is what happens if something terrible happens to this property. From close to Lake Mac area, I've many friends and family out there. The only thing I'm concerned about is it needs to have a reverter clause, like you're saying, that it will come back to you. But it needs to also be not just for if this fails, because a lot of small nonprofits fail. It happens, they lose money. They don't have money to put into the building, which isn't in great shape to begin with. But they will put the effort in, but they just have no money, I think, to put into this building. So what happens if the roof falls in, it gets blown off by a hurricane, and they don't have money to fix it? Is it just going to sit there and they still own it, but they're technically still using it as a community area? Like, I'd hate to see it's a good building right now, and I'd hate to just see it given away without there being some stipulations of it being able to come back to the county, or even the county putting a little bit of money into it. Technically, our taxpayers paid for the building, I guess, or it was donated or something. But that's my main concern is if this falls into disrepair, it catches fire, it's full of, look, I don't blame them, it's a poor area, you got to do what you got to do. But if this thing catches fire, what are we going to do about it? I think the county could put a little money into it, help them out with something, even if it's something small, give them some motivation to clean it up and make it better, make it more of a community building instead of a old firehouse or whatever it was, and make it actually look good and be presentable for that area and have a place for people to come together. But I'm just scared if we just hand it over, now it all falls on them, they fail. Now it's just another abandoned building in already a poor area. That's just going to make it look worse, But that's pretty much my concerns, and I just wanted to state my concerns with the building, because small nonprofits do fail. It happens. Communities fall apart. People argue. Stuff falls apart. It needs to go back to, hopefully, the county to then be able to take the property and either clear the building and then sell it, or clear the building and do something with it, or build a new structure on it if something terrible happens, is my main concerns.
All right, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
David Williamson.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Williamson. My address 41634 Gray Heron Lane, Umatilla, Florida. I came before you last month in opposition on the same agenda item. At the time, I raised several concerns, and the matter was tabled, understanding that it needed further consideration. Here we are a month later, right back discussing giving away the property that's owned by us, the taxpayers and the citizens. A simple definition of surplus is anything extra beyond what is needed. This property is owned by the county, which means it's owned by the citizens. Given that there are agenda items today, specifically tabs 29 and 30, if I'm not mistaken, authorizing the purchase of additional properties for other county projects totaling nearly $150,000, it is difficult to justify calling this property surplus if we are actively buying property that clearly we do not have access property. Not only is the county proposing to give this property away, but it is also covering the processing fee. Even if that fee is only $10, which is stated on the agenda, the fee may seem minor, but the principle is not. This property, with value approximately $128,000 according to the property appraiser and tax collector websites of our county, our citizens should not be paying to give away assets that they own. Today I come before you with a few important questions. When this property was originally donated, did the family know that it was going to be given away in the future? Has the property been offered back to the family, considering their generosity back then? Has the property been made available to other nonprofit organizations through a fair and transparent process? Or has the property been considered being sold to help pay for things that we need and build revenue for this county? I want to be clear, I am not opposed to this nonprofit organization. They do remarkable work in our community, and I respect that. However, I believe the decision of giving away a property of this value needs to have a better defined process. I didn't know that you guys had considered the clause to, if it falls through, to come back, which I think is great. I also agree with Commissioner Smith. I think that this building could get sufficient updates if it was brought out into the community. I think a lot of those people would stand up and help build that. But, you know, there's other options. I mean, I think it was stated 2014 or 15 that this nonprofit has been in the building. You know, instead of giving it to them because it could fall through, you know, give them a $1 a year lease or something and state that it has to be maintained. But if you have that clause to bring it back to the county, then that wouldn't be needed, obviously. So that was just my concern, was giving something away and it not being able to come back to us. So I thank you guys for your time. Thanks for listening to me. I hope all y'all have a happy holidays, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay, that brought to mind one idea would be, because from my standpoint, I just hate the idea that it's in such bad shape. And it is a very, very poor community. There's no question about it. They are using their fundraising to raise money to do the programs that they run out of the building. I don't see how they raise money to fix up the building. Now, maybe they get folks that live nearby that can do certain things. Right now, we do the, what is it, $1 a year, $10 a year, or something like that. It's just a nominal. It's an amount. They don't actually pay us. It's just to show consideration. So that's how we've been doing it. You could almost structure it like a lease purchase where they had certain responsibilities to maintain, and then you could get to the end of a period of X number of years, and if they had done everything what they were supposed to do, kind of like a trial ownership, and if they did everything they were supposed to do, then you could transfer the actual ownership of the property, as opposed to letting it go. That's just my concern, is you let it go, and it may be that they keep doing what they're doing, but the place gets in further disrepair.
But how's it different than what we're doing now? We have a nominal lease, right?
We have a nominal lease,
So
but we would be giving them that ownership interest, like Commissioner Smith said. I mean, if they knew that, hey, we're working towards ownership, so it's a lease purchase, basically. But at the end of the term, it's actually just being conveyed. There's no, you know, money that's being paid to the county at that point.
This item generated just because they wanted it, or how did this start? Because I'm totally fine with the status quo. I'm also fine with what's in front of us.
Yeah, I think it's twofold. I think they wanted it. They asked the county if the county would donate it. And then on the flip side, I think the staff was concerned about the liability side.
That's correct. They did submit a letter on October 5th asking if the county would donate the property to them, which we can certainly do under Chapter 125. Nonprofits and other governmental agencies can make a request for donation. If we determine it's not needed for county purposes, then we can do that.
And, yeah.
Even with reverter clause, we don't have to have insurance on it if it's given to them?
That's correct, because they will have fee simple ownership.
Yeah. We have somebody online, so let's hear from this resident.
Yes, Cynthia Nelson. You should be able to unmute your line, then state your name and give your comments to the board.
My name is Cynthia Nelson. I am the president of Northeast Lake Outreach. I live in that area as well. First off, those pictures that were done during our build of our fundraiser of our haunted house. So different now, it's cleaned up and all the pallets are gone and everything's done. Also, the first thing we would be to fix the septic, which is going to be $50,000, which we are willing to try and get donate to our 501(c) to get that done. Then the second thing would on the building. We do a lot for the community. We do a lot for us. We not only do backpacks, we do Christmas, we feed out there at Thanksgiving. Kids that can't have a spring break to them, they come out and we make a fun day of spring break at the building for them. there's a lot of things we do for the children. And that thing, along as we're able to use the building, is the biggest thing. But right now, we've been putting out money for porta potties because the septic is down.
So is that in the
Thank you.
BMAP? So
Oh,
they
yeah.
can apply for one of the septic tanks, right?
They would be eligible, I believe, for the
On-site?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our property at the moment. So if you transferred it, then yes, they could, I'm
Right.
sorry?
If we convey the property to them, then now it's a private entity.
Correct, then
And
they can.
they can apply.
They can apply for various grants.
Yeah, and that's right in a good location, and the condition it's in would make it probably immediately eligible. And by the way, we got a nice chunk of money granted to us from DEP
Right.
for that program to extend it, so.
So we're giving a piece of property away that has a failing septic tank.
But they can put a new one in.
That somebody has to fix, and they're willing to go out and get the grants, and we have the grants. I think that it should, if we're going to convey it, then they need to fix it up.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's it should,
Move approval.
Second.
all right. And I think as long as there's an understanding on the county's part that anything that we can do to cooperate, to help with making that process as easy as possible to get those upgrades. I just really don't like the idea of conveying a property to a small nonprofit community organization for a building that right now has a failing septic tank. I feel at the very least that should be addressed before the property is conveyed. I think that would be, and I do want to make a point that a lot of social services programs in Lake County are handled by nonprofits. It's a way that we do save money for taxpayers, and we let the community do that type of work. And we've got our children's services grants, we have our elders affairs grants, we have a lot. This is kind of our model in Lake County, is nonprofits actually providing community services, and we do provide grants for those purposes. So I would be okay with the conveyance if we could at least get the property up to a minimum standard, and I think that would be a conveyance that.
I'm fine conveying it with expression. I think we all agree that we're encouraging our staff to work to get.
They're going to have money out of pocket to do it. They're going to have money out of pocket to get their septic tank.
It's obvious they knew the issue before they asked for the property, so they understood what needed to happen to bring it up to standards. There's nothing better than bringing a community together than asking for community help for a community project. This is nothing new in the business world, as you know. So we give them a piece of property with a reverter clause, first right of refusal. We have opportunities for grants, and then if that opportunity doesn't happen, or if the community doesn't come together like we think it should, or we think it will, then they can go out for a CBDG grant. We got grants all over the place for this situation.
Yeah, and we know.
There's no reason that we have to fix it up before they get the property, is all I'm saying. They should get the property and try to do it on their own. It brings more of the community together.
And I think in theory, what you're saying is 100% true, in theory. But we know from like the Rosenwald School in Okahumpka, CDBG grants are very complicated to navigate. It's not as easy as just filling out a piece of paper, turning it in, and getting grant money. So that's where it's just not that easy of a process. I would prefer to get that part fixed. We could probably get the CDBG money. We could probably get the on-site grant money, and so that we could get that done. Then we make the conveyance so that we're giving a piece of property that's actually environmentally sound, and it has the public health side of it is addressed. We don't have them using porta potties.
We have a motion in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, and just final discussion, I think maybe in a month we could get an update on the, I'm sorry. I think just along those lines, support the motion, but in a month, let's get an update on the application for the DWTS for them, assisting them with that.
I'm not sure if it'll be done in a month, depending on how long, if this is approved to convey the property.
whenever,
And then go
60
through, we can let you know as soon as the application process has been completed.
Sounds good.
All right, and again, just for comment, moving forward with the vote in just a second, just ask the staff would work directly with them on securing what they need in order to get the grant, to get the septic system in place. But for that reason, you know where I stand. I'm not going to vote in favor of it because I'd rather have it fixed before it's conveyed, but I would agree with conveying it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. All right, that passes 4-0.
4-1.
4-1, sorry about that. Then we're moving to number 2 road, which we moved up ahead of presentations. All right, number 2 road, we have a presentation, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speaker cards. Okay.
Okay, good morning. I'm Jeff Earhart. I'm Engineering Director, here to talk about number 2 road. We had a really great presentation a couple weeks ago, probably there were 60 residents that were in attendance, and it went over an hour and a half, and they shared some great insight and great suggestions. So I'm going to try to share some of those suggestions and some of those options to just kind of give us a flavor of kind of what I believe I heard. And Commissioner Smith was also there, so I'm sure he'll share as well. I just kind of wanted to point out where it was. It's kind of between 48 up in Leesburg. You go down to 19 over in Howie. There you can see different colors on the map right here. The part in yellow, we've approached Leesburg. We believe that they're willing to transfer that road and maintain the yellow section. And then you have the blue section in Howie, which was the portion that we showed last time, which Howie has offered to transfer and maintain that road. Then you have the green section in the middle, which is unincorporated, and that would maintain county maintenance if we chose to go that direction. So just kind of an idea of what it currently looks like. You can see over on the left, the Leesburg side is a little bit wider. It's about 20 feet wide. Over on the Howie and the Hills side, it gets a little bit narrower, probably in the 18 feet. You could also see the narrow section. There's a narrow section which is in the green section and unincorporated. That's about 16 feet wide. When you drive it and you pass maybe a lawn mowing truck or a bus, you feel like you want to get over a little bit, but it also causes you to slow down and make that happen. I did want to point out that after the community meeting, we did go and add, you can see the rut repairs that were put there. There's an extensive amount of rut repairs in the asphalt that was placed, making it more drivable after that. And I also wanted to point out Hillside Groves photo, that's one of the developments that's occurring in Howie and the Hills. That's their driveway coming right up to number 2 road. They're just waiting to make the connection at that particular location. So in the area, we did look at number 2 road over the past 5 years. There's been 7 crashes actually on the road. There's been 2 at 19. Most of them are just opposing side swipes. There was no major, no fatalities in the area. So from a crash standpoint, it's relatively minor from what's you might expect for this length of road. Looking at some of the traffic volumes, I just kind of want to point out that up in Leesburg on this particular road, there's about 2,000 vehicles per day. When you get down to Howie in the Hills, it's closer to 6,000. That difference in vehicles is probably happening from Turkey Farm Road is adding about 3,000, and then Bloomfield is probably the other kind of some of those middle connector roads in the area. So this is an attempt to try to give a flavor of some of the ideas and options that were presented at the public meeting. They're in no particular order. The ones on the left are probably more plausible to implement. The ones on the right are a little more difficult to implement. I'll kind of show some more close-ups on this, but some of them were adding centerline rumple strips, adding centerline reflectors in the middle to kind of give people to know where they're at. Adding local traffic only signs. There's some cautionary curve signs that we could update and also lower the speeds on. Pothole and rutting maintenance, and do that more often, lowering the speed from 45 to 35, radar feedback signs, and trying to talk to Google programs to try to add friction to this road so it wouldn't direct people onto number 2 road as much. Some of the heavier lifts are adding speed tables along the roadway, adding 4-way stops at Bloomfield and Turkey Lake, blocking the road, making it a dead end in the middle, creating a historic district, traffic enforcement, increasing traffic enforcement. Keep the narrow road, keep it the way it is to try to discourage people from using it, and also removing the center line were some of the options that were presented at the public meeting. I did just kind of wanted to give a flavor of what I kind of thought I heard. And I will say it's what I thought I heard there. I really thought that the residents that talked, a majority wanted the road to stay under county maintenance. They thought the county might have more their interest at heart as far as controlling the road. There was a desire for enhanced speed enforcement related to the sheriff being out there. I believe I heard there were 30 tickets given over the last period of time. So they are out there. It's just it would be enhanced. I think there was a desire to have increased safety on the road, for them to feel safe while they're driving on it. There was a desire to limit development and to keep the area as rural as possible, maintain that rural character. And also, I believe a majority of the people wanted to maintain through traffic and not have a dead end. But Commissioner Smith can correct if I had the wrong impression on any of those. I did also want to kind of point out a little bit some of the potential developments that we've heard about coming in this particular area. So over in the Howey and the Hills area, you can see you have Hillside Grove, which is the one I showed you the picture of. Then right next to that is Mission Rise. Those two would be coming in with only with primary access to being off of 19. Then you go up, you see Cedar Creek, which is actually a county project. And then if you go further towards Leesburg, you see a lot of Whispering Hills that's happening. That starts right about Pumpkin and goes to the north. And then if you go further up towards 48, you have Margaretta Estates, which is currently pretty far along in its planning site. And then right across from that, you have Eagle Tail, which is construction has already started. Just because it's on the map, I will pound out Howey over in the far right. You can see Drake Points there and Lake Hills, which are also occurring along 19, not directly related to number 2 road, but it is occurring. I did kind of want to focus on one of the options that was brought up that was a dead-end road, maybe right near Silverwood. So if we kind of zoom in there, what that might look like, it might look like 2 cul-de-sacs on either end with a gate in the middle. That gate would allow for emergency vehicles to access, but it wouldn't allow for normal cars to access. During the public meeting, there was some concern that this might affect school zones and what schools people could go to and how they could get to them. The postmaster was there. They were very concerned at how this would impact postal delivery. There is limited right-of-way with how large those cul-de-sacs would be. And of course, we would have to provide emergency vehicle access through that access gate. And then there was also talk about how close we want within 5 minutes fire stations, or would there be additional fire stations needed if it was to close, and other discussions related with that. And we talked to Chief Kilberry about those as well. Some of the other options were related to speeds. The current road is 45 miles per hour, except for a portion in Howey that's already 30 miles an hour. The recommendation was to lower the speed to 35 throughout the entire route. We would keep the 30 as we get into Howey. We'd also reduce and enhance the curves. Right now, it's a cautionary curve speed of 35, and those cautionary curve speeds would go to 25. There was an option to increase, add a local traffic-only sign. It's no problem. We can add those. There's really no enforcement associated with local traffic-only signs. It's just an advisement sign. There was some discussion about adding stop signs at Bloomfield and also at that other road that I can't see. Turkey Lake, okay, thank you. And this was, we would want to do a warrant study to see whether they're needed. My guess is that they're probably not needed from a traffic standpoint. And the desire was to make people stop and to slow down. And generally, when you do that, you might promote people running stop signs, and we would not really want to, we think that might be a safety issue if it's not really warranted. But we could look into doing that type of thing. At the meeting, there was a talk about a hybrid road closure. It might have some technical issues to work out, but basically you would have cul-de-sacs or roundabouts right at Turkey Lake and over at Silverwood. You would, the idea that was presented, would you be allowed to enter from those? No, you'd be allowed to exit. Let's say enter. I think you're allowed to exit from those, but then you'd have to have a clicker to get in by the residents, allowing the residents in, or the residents would only have access via Bloomfield and Turkey Lake. Requires quite a bit more thought, and it might also have some property ownership issue with blocking off county roads. But hopefully that made a little bit of sense. Finally, is kind of from my engineering standpoint, what would I want to see happening to the road? And this is kind of my long term. The safest thing would be to improve the road and make it so it's traversable. Like we talked about, there is the ability to transfer the yellow area from Pumpkin North to the city of Leesburg, the blue part to the Howing the Hills, keep the green part. We could go and overlay the road to the two 11-foot lanes, and then we could also look at the lower option of adding shoulders, whether that's a 2-foot shoulder or a 4-foot shoulder. So just kind of some summary, kind of looking at the long term a little bit more, kind of talking about cost. If right now the road has a very sandy base, it's just an old citrus road. If we wanted to do full depth reclamation, which tills it up and you add cement and that gives it a good base, that'd be about $5.5 million to do it for the entire road. That would add between a 2 and 4 foot shoulder and also establish a base. The other option, this $3.6 million, we could just add 2-foot shoulders on the side, not change the base, and then overlay the entire road, which would make it a little bit wider. We would still stripe it as if it was 10-foot lanes, but you'd have those shoulders on the end to allow. As we go over a little closer to the midterm, we can look at some speed studies to potentially lowering the speed, or at your direction, we could go ahead and lower it directly to 35 now, adding some center rumble strips and also adding center line deflectors, maybe especially at some of those curves. Some of the near-term things is we can add those local traffic only signs. We can update those cautionary curves. We can increase the pothole maintenance and the rutting maintenance so that doesn't get out of control. And we can also discuss the mapping options with Google to try to add some friction to that particular road. So with that, I do just have I'm not sure whether we're voting or not. We're not voting, we're just talking. So I'll go back here. And but the options are, what we talked about last time was, do we want to give the blue portion to Howey? And then there's also the option that Leesburg has expressed their willingness to accept the part from Pumpkin North. So with that, I'd open it up for any discussions.
Okay, all right, board questions?
I have a question, but I know that Howie's here, and I know their time is running out, so I don't know if you, are you okay if I may ask my question first? And the residents can go first. Okay, all right. This was about the cost, the $5.5 million. How much mileage is that total? Just remind me, you may have covered it in the presentation. How long what's the length? That seems pretty cheap.
Well, it's usually,
I don't remember the length of I don't remember.
Okay, but I mean, is it the whole length?
It's the whole, from 48 to 19, it's the whole length.
Okay.
The whole length. I'm not sure that's 2 miles or 5 or 6, 5 or 6.
Okay. All right.
So Sean, are you asking, will Howie pay for some? Will Leesburg pay for some, and then the county pays for the rest?
Well, I think the biggest priority is to get the road capable to handle, whether we like it or not, the reality of the increased traffic on it. And development being approved in the past, before members of this board were even on the board. And developments being approved in the cities, the residents that are here, the biggest priority is to get, I think we all agree, to get that road fixed, capable. So yeah, so if that's something to look at.
That'd be a good one.
I have a question about impact fees, though. If you're widening the lanes, is there sufficient right-of-way? And if you're widening the lanes, as indicated in your slide, would it be eligible for impact fees because you'd be adding capacity?
I believe I was supposed to mention right-of-way. And that this is assuming that the right-of-way exists. When you go out there, it appears, most of the fence lines are far enough back that it appears that you could do this. It is a collector road, so in theory, it could qualify for impact fees being used as long as it's adding capacity, which I would say it probably is. With a little bit of widening, it would allow it easier for people to use it.
Yeah, so
Not sure we have the funds in there to do that, but yes, it probably would be allowed.
again, I know District Commissioner, you've been involved with this too, but again, if we can figure out getting the whole road taken care of, then some of the other stuff can come later. You know, who's gonna own it, that kind of thing, who's gonna maintain it. I just think that's the highest priority.
Yeah, and then you got to work out two enforcement issues. You've got two cities in a county, and sometimes that gets a little tricky on who's policing which part.
Everybody's real happy about the cameras they use in front of the school zones in Leesburg. That ought to slow them down for a while.
Okay, do you guys want to ask more questions? You want to move on to a comment from the,
That's comments, fine.
do you have more you want to say right now?
No, I'm going to wait for the comments and then I'll say mine.
Okay, and Mr. O'Keefe, you indicated you'd rather go last? Okay, all right, so I've got Sandy Russ, then John, and then Terry Blessing. And then Ms. Oldham. Dr. Oldham. All right.
Good morning. Sandy Russ, I live on Lakeview Drive in Yolaha. I agree with Mr. Earhart about the options that we talked about in the November meeting. I do think that lowering the speed limit, that's only going to slow down the people who actually follow the speed limit. It's going to do nothing for the speeders and the racers who are using our road. Stop signs, I agree. It's going to be a safety issue because the people who stop at stop signs are going to stop, and the speeders and the racers probably aren't, and it's going to create an accident situation. I've lived in that area for almost 6 years now, and very, very rarely have I seen law enforcement on Number 2 Road. I always see law enforcement in Howie, certain parts of 19 and 48. So you can have rules and laws, but if you don't have any enforcement of them, you're going to have low or no adherence, and that's where we stand right now with Number 2 Road. As an interim measure, after our November meeting, I wrote Commissioner Smith requesting his help in getting law enforcement on Number 2 Road in the adjacent areas at various times throughout the week based on what I heard from area residents at the meeting. My request was sent to the sheriff and is being addressed. I've been out of town. Neighbors tell me that they have seen increased law enforcement on Number 2 Road, so thank you very much for that. But this area should be regularly patrolled anyway. We shouldn't have to ask for more law enforcement on the roadway. I'd also like to propose adding cameras to a few sections along Number 2 Road to photo enforce a speed limit and to catch trucks that are using this road as a bypass. This should be an efficient and effective enforcement option, lessening the need for law enforcement because you have a camera there. Additionally, I feel the county should not allow construction trucks that are associated with these new developments that border Number 2 Road to use Number 2 Road as an access to the development. The construction trucks and workers need to use the primary access for the under construction development. I read the transfer agreement proposed by the Howie mayor, and forgive me, but frankly, I laughed out loud. The section that states this agreement benefits residents of both jurisdictions and is in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare of all residents of Lake County is an absurd statement. There's no mutual advantage. It only makes it better for Howie so that they can divert traffic to an already congested area which they helped create. Please don't approve this road transfer agreement unless you put specific language in there that the county maintains all rights to access management. We need some explicit information in this agreement about ingress and egress from new developments. I just think that the road should have been maintained all along, so now saying, oh, we'll do this and we'll do that because we're all talking about it, it's late. The road's been overlooked, the area's been overlooked, and now because the residents are upset, now we're doing something. Please do not give this road to Howie. It's going to make it terrible out there. Thank you.
John Blodgett?
Terry's online.
Oh, Terry? Okay. Okay.
Yes, Terry Blessing, you should be able to unmute your line and then state your name and give your comments to the board.
Yes, I have a presentation that was presented. I had a medical emergency today and I cannot be there. So if you could just play my presentation, and I appreciate your
Good
time.
morning. My name is Terry Blessing, and I live at 24913 Blue Sink Road, Howey in the Hills, Florida. Commissioners, I apologize for not being there this morning, but I come to you asking you to deny the transfer of ownership of Number 2 Road from Lake County to the town of Howey until the area between Silverwood and Pumpkin Center has been addressed. The following suggestion offers a solution that addresses safety concerns, road conditions, traffic problems, while allowing the area in between to remain somewhat historical, rural, usable by bicyclists, and allow those that live along Number 2 Road to maintain property values. Howey in the Hills has approved 2 developments where each development connects State Road 19 to Number 2 Road. Mission Rise is the most western development, and I am recommending that Number 2 Road, as we see it today, end at that western collector road. Historically, Number 2 Road connected Bloomfield to Howey for farmers. However, due to the development on both ends of the road, it now connects Howey to Leesburg as a cut-through road from State Road 19 to County Road 48 for those not wanting to go around. This creates major safety concerns for those living along the road and for those of us that must use the road due to a road such as Blue Sink and Silverwood being dead ends. I have attached the homes that border the road and a conceptual thought to cease Number 2 Road as we know it today, yet providing bicycle paths that go east and west. I recognize the following concerns. 1, emergency access. The Yalaha Fire Station is just 3 miles from that area and serves our rural community currently. 2, inconvenience. Safety for those along the road should supersede someone's desire to get to Howey via a direct route. 3, cyclist tourism. This can be addressed by having the developer for the most western subdivision install bicycle paths on both sides of the road that go east and west, even though the road for motorists ceases. 4, cost. If done correctly, these changes should occur and be put in place prior to any developments
Later,
commencing.
Zoom meeting.
If not, the safety of those residing along Number 2 Road, the asphalt, and property values will be significantly compromised. I ask you again, Commissioners, to please deny the transfer of ownership of Number 2 Road from Lake County to the town of Howey in the Hills. Thank you.
Okay, John.
I don't know where to put this, but I like to go big, so. So, my wife often reminds me, John Blodgett, 9350 Number 2 Road. My wife often reminds me that she's a visual person, so when I explain complex issues, okay, that sounds good. I rely on visual context. The map I provided is intended to do exactly that. On this map, the blue circles, which you'll see here, in these areas, represent new subdivision roads that intersect the state or county roads. At various times, the town of Howey has requested these intersections be designated as roundabouts. FDOT data shows that the roundabouts reduce vehicle and pedestrian conflict points by 2/3. I assume the safety data is the reason the town has sought multiple roundabouts throughout Howey. The black circles, which are the new entrances now for these subdivisions, represent intersections where no roundabouts were requested as discussed.
In fact, no improvements were proposed at these locations until the county began addressing safety concerns. At the October 28th Lake County Commission meeting, the idea of closing number 2 road at Silverwood Lane was introduced, not as a final decision, but as a way to generate creative discussion around improving safety on number 2 road. On November 18th, Commissioner Smith hosted a number 2 road workshop at the Tavares Agricultural Center. It was well attended and many residents offered thoughtful, creative ideas. Several people also spoke about the long history and character of number 2 road. Although representatives from the town attended, none offered a solution, asked how to collaborate, or expressed concern about the safety issues discussed. Instead, at the town's November 25th council meeting, the conversation turned dismissive. Comparisons were made to the Berlin Wall, concerns were raised about hypothetical inconveniences, and statements were made suggesting no logical modifications exist. Despite this, approved subdivisions already include interconnecting roads. So they had talked about that if this is closed, there's not going to be any way to get around. But they already have an interconnecting road that's already in here, which they would have already known. Those connections would mitigate many of the concerns raised. This brings me to a simple question. Why would we defer long-term planning decisions to a body that offers no solutions, no vision, and inconsistent concern for safety? The safety challenges on number 2 road are real and ongoing. They deserve a thoughtful, creative collaborative, long-term solution, not reactionary comments or temporary fixes. Thank you. I don't know if there's any other questions, but these are all the new subdivisions that are coming in that the ground is being broken, but they're not actually in. And there's somewhere in the area of about 2,500 cars that will now be dumped on number 2 because they funnel through those roads. So leaving it open, doing nothing, adding stop signs is not going to solve the problem. So, thank you for your time.
All right. And then is it Dr. Oldham?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Lucille Oldham. I live at 25320 Pumpkin Center Road, Howie in the Hills. I'm here today because the decision made by your commission will directly impact property that I own and my family owns along number 2 road. I live on Pumpkin Center Road as the 4th generation in my family in direct line of succession. My son, Gordon Oldham IV, grew up there in Pumpkin Center and will be the 5th generation of my family to inherit our home and land. As an educator of over 40 years in Lake County, I'm here today to share with you the historical perspective of number 2 road. Number 2 road exists today much as it did in the 20s and 30s, with exception of payment, but it is much the same in length and width. It began as a pine straw trail whose main purpose was to transport grove trucks from Yalaha to the Howie fruit juicing plant, which is the oldest in Florida. It was opened in 1921. I'd like to show you a picture. This is a picture of my mother, who's the dark-haired girl exiting the horse and buggy. Behind her is her best friend, Lois Howie. And they are at the Howie Beach, which is right beside today's restaurant, the Boondocks.
Best restaurant in
My
the county.
favorite restaurant in Howie. Great fried shrimp. But as you can see, the horse and buggy have these type of wheels that travel over pine straw. And the route that she would have taken from her home on Bloomfield would have been number 2 road. So it really is about family for me because of the roots that I have. My great-grandfather in the Yalaha Cemetery died in 1855. So it's heart-wrenching for me to come here today and see all of these plans for expansion in the area. I want to thank the Lake County Commission for the maintenance that it has given our area over the years. As some of you may know, Yalaha was the county seat of Lake and Sumter County at one time and was the hub of agriculture, which was the main driver of the economy. This area remains mostly rural today in agriculture that has existed for over 150 years. We have ferns and citrus, blueberries, and cattle. I personally own a cattle farm on Pumpkin Center Road, my new adventure since my retirement. But all of this to say that this road was not built for the type of growth that is anticipated now. And I know that the County Commission has actually supported that notion, transfer of rights to Howie, as we have no voice in voting for them, but we do have a voice in voting for the commission. Please help us save this rural road. It is a crown jewel, and its quiet beauty in Lake County will continue to draw people to our area for years to come if you help us protect and preserve it.
Thank you. And the last card is Sean O'Keefe with Howie in the Hills. Oh, are you one? I'm sorry. I don't see another card. If you can state your name for the record, and then we can make sure maybe it got underneath another card.
Brittany Lurch. I live at 25926 Bloomfield Avenue. I drive number 2 road every day to take my son to school. I had 2 questions first about the presentation. One was, why is the cost of improving the road so much less than has been discussed in these meetings in the past? I've heard 10+ million before, and that was before eminent domain, because the other thing that also wasn't mentioned was that whole green line, for the most part of it, the county doesn't own the right-of-way. So I want to know why that wasn't brought into the discussion. Also, why the homes that are very close to the road are not being considered. If the road's widened, there's homes 30 to 40 feet from the road. They're losing their driveways. They'll probably lose their house. Like, why isn't that part of the discussion? But my main ask is just to please not transfer the road to Howie. If you look at it, those 2 developments, they're going to improve that road either way. So they're paying for that improvement. Same thing on the Leesburg side. Those developments are going to be paying for those improvements. But if you let them make decisions about traffic volume for that county section, you are, first of all, losing any options that you have to protect us, but also the price tag on that is going to be way more than the price tag on, transferring ownership to them. And I know that's your standard procedure, but this is an anomaly. There's no road like this in the county. I don't even know if there's a road like this in the state that is just being assumed to be a standard road when it clearly isn't. And also, in your other meeting that we were in October, you're talking about, and I can't remember the road, but you were saying that you couldn't or you weren't doing transfer of ownership to Claremont because it was a collector road that was in multiple municipalities or things like that. Like, why wouldn't that standard apply here? Because, like you said, it's in 2 different municipalities. The road is also only incorporated on one side of the road. So Howie in the Hills is only on one side, not the other. They don't have both sides. And also speed limits, things like that, they're not going to do anything. Yesterday, I was driving home, and a truck that's not supposed to be on that road was speeding around the corner and pushed me off the road into almost a telephone pole that's 3 feet off the road because he couldn't get off the road because there was a car in someone's driveway. So, and then I drove a little bit further, and there's sheriffs pulling people over. So, you're not really solving anything by doing any of those short-term solutions. We need a permanent solution, and I think it's to close the road. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Sean O'Keefe.
Commissioners, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I thank you even more for moving the item up. I'm Sean O'Keefe, Town Manager of Howie in the Hills. I understand the resident preferences that have been expressed at this meeting and at previous meetings. Ultimately, answering for the consequences of any decisions on this topic fall on the staff and the elected officials of the town and the county. I could talk about the idea of the proposed road transfer agreement between the county and the town, but I think we're already familiar with the benefits of reducing the overall number of miles of roads that the county has to maintain. I'd rather take my time to talk about an idea that's been brought up more than once on this topic, which is to close or dead-end number 2 road at Silverwood Lane. Dead-ending this road would create real operational burdens, delayed emergency response, longer detours, and added complications for every service provided. As one example of an entity affected but not represented here today, the postmaster of the area, who manages both the Yalaha and the Howie post offices, is vehemently against closing or dead-ending this road. An additional item that hasn't been brought up yet in this conversation is that there are 100 homes that are to be built in Cedar Creek, and we did talk about those homes. That's a little bit west of this proposed idea of the Silverwood Lane demilitarized zone near that first bend as you go west. But what we haven't talked about with the Cedar Creek development is that they have had a conditional annexation agreement with the town of Howie in the Hills for some time now. So dead-ending this road would inevitably put town residents on opposite sides of a gate or wall. Those of us tasked with keeping the whole system running have to consider the broader long-term impacts that aren't always visible from an individual's or individual neighborhood's perspective. That being said, anything else to make number 2 road safer, such as improving the road, adding caution signs, reducing speed limits, the town would support. Anything justified by traffic engineering best practices. The town also continues to support the idea that the county's transfer of a portion of number 2 road to the town is a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Commissioner Smith?
So I want to thank not only the county residents that showed up to the community meeting, but the Howie residents and the Howie leadership was there. So thank you very much for showing up. This is kind of a conundrum type of deal. I have driven that road 4 or 5 times since that meeting. I truly think the speed limit of 45 is way too fast. It certainly needs to go down. We could do a couple of quick hits, but we hear keep the road safe, keep the road open, don't transfer it. A couple of people have said don't transfer it, but the majority of the people in the meeting that I heard, and Jennifer, maybe you heard something completely different, didn't care about the road transfer. They just cared about how we would handle the maintenance of the road and making sure that the road was up to standards. Did you hear the same thing? And I believe that Howie has agreed to that, keeping the road open. So we also heard a lot about Howie not transferring the road to Howie. We have not heard anything about not transferring the road to Leesburg. It's the same situation.
We did this morning, though.
A little, not as much. So I'm thinking that if we transfer the road, that we've done all we can. The only thing that the county can do if we keep the road would be permit access, driveway access as connector to number 2 road. And we've got to give access by law. I don't know where our attorney's at, but by law, we have to give access to the road, whether it's in the county or if it's in the city. I'm of the opinion that we can keep the pressure on Howie and on Leesburg, let them take over the roads, and then we take the money saved from having to maintain the city roads and pour that money back into the stretch of 2.2 miles of road that's going to remain county and will probably always remain county. And that's just where I stand now. I know that each of y'all don't know this, but we did bullet point. I did bullet points, and the county manager did bullet points of our meeting. We combined those bullet points and we gave them to each commissioner a couple of weeks ago so they could marinate on everything that was said. So that's where I am. This is a tough one. One that I think our main goal is if a city is encompassing a whole road, we give that road to the city. We've been saying that, well, I've been saying that all along. So I have to stick with that agreement.
Okay, so if this, in the case of a city having both sides of a road, Hartwood Marsh is an example where we still, in an arterial or collector major road, we do continue to maintain in some instances, but this doesn't even come close to fitting that. I think the conundrum is a good word to explain this, because I don't think that any decision we pick is going to solve all the problems. There's just absolutely no way. So we've got to come up with like a lesser of evil problem, or solution. I think, and Lakeshore Road is a good example of having multiple jurisdiction enforcement. It is a nightmare, and everybody's unhappy. So I'm really leery of having multiple jurisdiction enforcement on a road that already has a speeding problem, and we know it has a speeding problem. Very similar to Lakeshore Road, where you've got Mount Dora Police on one side, then you got the county in the middle, and then you have Tavares Police on the other side, and it's a nightmare. It really is difficult. So, I mean, I'm more inclined to say keep control for that reason alone. Just keep control so that you can at least work on the enforcement side in a uniform way. I also get concerned about the idea that, you know, well, we have these agreements and we'll hold their feet to the fire and da-da-da-da-da, but then when you give up that ownership part of it, you give up the ability to really assure that everything that's been said that would be done is in fact done. So I'm more inclined to go with the 1 and 2 reasonably, and at least tackle that first. So we get the rumble strips in place, we get the reflectors, we try to make the road safer, lower the speed limit. It becomes less and less a road that people want to use, especially if we can beef up the enforcement with a lower speed limit, knowing that there will be people that will continue to speed. You can't, you know, you can't completely stop that, but at least you've got the ability, if law enforcement is there, to write tickets. I would start with that and hold off on any decisions on transfer of road. I don't think you have to make those decisions right at the moment, like right away. Go ahead and let's see if we can make the road safer first. Let's work on the safety.
And where they're wanting to stop this road, I don't think transferring or not transferring is going to make it a bit of difference, because Howie has it all anyway. It's just that we're maintaining it, and we would just be giving up that maintenance of that road and then putting all of our efforts onto the number 2 road that's rural. That's why it's a conundrum for me. I truly believe that the center line, I'm not too sure about the rumble strips, because if you don't live next to a rumble strip, they're fine. But if you live next to a rumble strip, they're not fine. So there's center line reflectors, the side reflectors, and for sure lowering the speed limit. So.
Commissioner Mark?
Yeah, again, I think the first issue we need to definitely tackle is what we can do in the short term, which sounds like we got good discussion on that, and then long term, getting the road up to a better standard. Again, regardless of development that's been approved in the past, whatever, it's still a reality that we're going to have to redo the whole road. So I think that we need to find a way with partners to do that. That's the first thing. As far as the ownership goes, in partnership with cities, there's a lot of different reasons that cities want roads. Sometimes I'd still like to be in partnership with the county and maintaining the road because our funds are limited, but I want to have ability to not have to go to the county every time somebody wants to put a sign up or do sidewalk repairs or do a unique street sign that is got our own fixtures on it. So I understand why they're asking for that. And it is a little bit of a conundrum because I talk about regional roads being in the county and staying in the county, but then you have a town that's willing to step up and also pay for it. But then I understand their concerns because maybe they don't trust it. But I think there's a medium, maybe a happy medium on that, where over time it can be transferred with an agreement to the town once maybe a threshold is met with some road improvements. Or maybe, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I thought I heard you mention maybe it is that for a while at least or indefinitely, the county still maintains that one access control question mark. I think that came up from one of the speakers as well, that we could do with in partnership with the town as well. So
Yeah, I think where they are going back toward highway, there's hardly any other opportunities.
Yeah, I know, it's, yeah.
I mean, it's
But I mean, if it
already
if it adds to the trust factor a little bit, maybe, maybe we put that in there.
One of the worst situations you find yourself in as a commissioner when you have unincorporated residents that are asking for help and you have literally ceded your control over being able to help with a situation. And so I know it's enticing to say, oh, well, we don't have to put the dollars in on an ongoing basis to, quote, maintain a section of road. I wouldn't have let that.
So the thing is that they're asking for is enhanced safety and enhanced maintenance, and we can certainly do that with more money that we save. Like again, where Howie wants the road, it's already in Howie, and it's where I'm thinking they're talking is the part along the curve and on the backside where it really is rural. By the way, it's a very nice road, one of the nicer roads we have. It's very small, very skinny, but I believe that we could use that money to actually enhance the roadway to make it safer in that area, which is what they're asking for. And as far as worried about traffic control, there have been over 35 traffic stops in the last 6 months. That's almost one a day. And it's a combination between Howie, the sheriff. So I don't see that there is any thing where Howie's going to say, oh, you're on the county road, I'm not going to give you a ticket. That's not how it works. They work together. If Howie sees someone breaking the law, they're going to stop them. If the sheriff sees somebody breaking the law, they're going to stop them. I've had a conversation with the sheriff. He is increasing the patrol out there, as has been stated. So, that's just where it is.
Don't we have an arrangement, though, with the right turn only out of the one, right?
Yep, I negotiated that with the developer, but he certainly could have said no.
But that's been agreed upon, right?
It's been agreed upon, and they're going to do that.
Okay, so, but
Even
what,
if it isn't Howie.
so I guess my concern is that you turn the road over and then a change gets made there, and now you really don't have a say.
They've
I
already
think
building
that's, wait, excuse me?
They're already building it.
No, but I'm saying you can change, you can change those things. That's where I just wouldn't, I wouldn't take that chance because I think that
Sometimes you got to
completely.
have faith in people.
But I mean, that could be where you get an agreement made with the access, at least for, 10 years or something. I'm just trying to understand because I understand the issue, believe me, with growth. And I don't know, I mean, does doing this in any way encourage more growth? To giving it to the, I mean, we're not going to be looking at, any application that comes in the unincorporated part of the county, probably.
There's applications, I'm sure, they're going to be on the unincorporated part, but I don't think there's any opportunity from where they're stopping the road back toward Howie within their city limits. I don't think there's any more opportunity for growth.
That's what I'm struggling with. That's the conundrum because I understand the concern, but maybe.
I
you
do
can
too,
put
but
it
we
in.
still have access over that. We still have control over that portion.
Yeah.
But that's like the gate. That's like the, I mean, I think that you, because you've got that middle section, and that's gonna stay in the county.
And it's going to stay rural.
And I think somebody used the word anomaly, it is an anomaly. I just highly advise against losing that opening, that door, that gate, just for that one segment, that should stay in the county. And the enforcement.
No one's talking about getting rid of that one segment. We're keeping that one segment. What we're
No.
talking about is a half a mile from where they want to cut it off back to 19.
Well, that's the end of the road, though. I mean, that's the road that connects to 19. That's what I'm talking about.
And that's how, but from that point around to where it meets up with Leesburg is all county, and it'll always stay county. We'll always have control over it.
See, I disagree. I just don't see it that way. I see it as if that directional ever gets changed, then all of a sudden you have a lot more traffic. I keep coming back to Lakeshore Drive, but it does get very complicated. And the idea that you're going to have all three agencies out there, why not just have one agency? And you have a better chance of having,
So would it be then that maybe it doesn't even include that part of the road then into ownership into the town, and that where the right turn structure is? If that's what you're worried about.
oh, you're
right?
saying just
Yeah.
cut that part out?
Yeah. So it would be the county still.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of the county holding on to the land until we decide what we want to do later on. So, I mean, I just think that it's better for us to have control for now. So, I mean, we can keep the conversation going, but I'm in favor of holding on, keeping it.
It doesn't preclude making a change later.
And honestly, I mean, you can't ignore the fact that a lot of citizens who are very vested in the area want that. So, I mean.
I would
that would
say
make-
that I would agree with that if we can implement the enhanced safety portions and bring it back within 6 months.
And see how it goes?
See how it works.
Okay, let's do that. Let's see how it goes.
I can agree to that if you're okay with that on your motion.
You make that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much everybody. I think Commissioner Morris was the last one? Okay, that's everybody spoken then.
All right, are we going to do it as a motion?
It's your district, you can move.
All right, I'll make a motion that we have road ops lower the speed limit, put reflector signs in the center lane, not due to rumble strips, put the curved signs up as requested, and then in 6 months, see how the safety factor is and see where we are with the Howie in the Hills portion of the road being built, and then revisit it.
Second.
June.
Second.
Okay. All right. Just real quick for discussion, though, on those rumble strips, are there certain locations, though, where it might make sense, where you would actually
Not
put
in the
some in the
motion.
center?
I would go against rumble strips.
Okay, my question was, under discussion, are there any locations, though, where it would make sense to do that? And I know you don't like them, and you don't want them all the way along. I just didn't know, from an engineering standpoint, if there were spots where it might make sense.
Jeff Fairhart, Engineering Director, where they, obviously, any place they go, they would notify you as a early warning to bring you back. At curves is the best place. I think we can try the reflectors and those, because those do kind of have a rumple to them, and see how that works. Then we can always go back in and add the rumple,
No speed bumps?
only where you're driving.
Speed tables. We don't use speed bumps or speed tables,
Speed
right?
tables, whatever they are.
Okay, all right, we have a motion, thank you, Jeff. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we have a 6-month plan, and we'll see what happens from there. Okay. All right, it's 10 till 12. We're moving on to presentations. We have a presentation on countywide hazard vulnerability. We have an Office of Tourism presentation. We have presentation on Kroger. And then we have public hearings. We have our,
We got lunch.
36 is the agricultural land use, 37 is the sandbar discussion and ordinance. So, okay, everybody's wants to just keep moving on through.
Yep. You know
Okay.
me, power through it.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I'm taking a.
Hello, my name is Scott Ditchie with GeoSyntech, and I'm here to give an update on the Lake County Vulnerability Assessment. If you recall, I was here several months ago when we started this project. Just want to kind of give an update as to where we are and the next steps as we work through this. Kind of as just a reminder, a little bit of a background, the county received a resiliency planning grant from the Department of Environmental Protection to conduct a vulnerability assessment. Vulnerability assessments, these are, it's kind of a prescribed process through DEP, and it's in the Florida statute. And really the purpose of this vulnerability assessment is to identify community-wide and regional critical assets that are vulnerable to flooding over the next 50 years. Prioritize these assets for basically mitigation projects, identify focus areas, either geographic or critical assets, to prioritize these future adaptation and mitigation plans. And this is the most important part. By completing a vulnerability assessment, getting approved by DEP, it puts the county in line and available for funding through the Resilient Florida program, which is quickly becoming a significant source of funding for local municipalities to fund flood protection and mitigation projects. So as I mentioned, the vulnerability assessment, it's a very prescriptive process through the Florida statutes, and it encompasses the entire county. And this is important. This must include critical assets owned and maintained by the grant applicant, in this case, Lake County. So we're really not looking at private residents or private areas. These are assets that are owned by the county. So things like your transportation assets, your evacuation routes, critical infrastructure, wastewater facilities, utilities, critical community and emergency facilities, fire stations, police stations, and then natural, cultural, and historical resources that are maintained by the county. So we recently finished the exposure analysis for the county, and this was a large-scale modeling effort where we looked at rainfall-induced flooding for not only your current year, but future years, 2050 and 2080, under various rainfall scenarios. And we're in the process now of producing a couple hundred maps of the county, which will reflect a lot of this modeling effort, basically showing areas of the county that are inundated through different rainfall scenarios. Those are just some examples of the maps, and these will all be made available when the exposure analysis is finalized and approved by DEP. And we're about to get ready for the sensitivity analysis, and this is kind of like the portion where we take the exposure analysis, we look at the areas that are inundated through these future rainfall scenarios, and then we look at the county's critical assets. So for example, your police station, will it get inundated under these rainfall scenarios? And then through the sensitivity analysis, we're basically going to come up with a huge set of tables and maps that are going to show you where your critical assets are, where they expect to be inundated by these future flood conditions. And then, obviously certainly coming out of the incident, a month and a half ago, that this is certainly something that I know is timely in terms of understanding where your critical assets are, how they're going to be affected by flooding, and putting those pieces into place as part of that toolkit to get future funding for projects. So with the sensitivity analysis after that, we're going to go right into the final vulnerability assessment report, and we're going to coordinate with the different county departments, Jeff and his group and others, to look at do you have projects on the books in future CIP that cover these areas? We're going to put those into the plan. Are there some new projects? that you want to put into this plan. So we're going to come up with a comprehensive list of projects, prioritize those projects, and then start, once your vulnerability assessment gets approved by DEP in '26, we'll put you in line for the next round of funding through the Resilient Florida program to start funding some of these projects. And just kind of giving you an idea in the schedule where we are, as I said, we're right around the exposure sensitivity analysis. We did have a public outreach meeting a few weeks ago after the October event, so we had a number of people from the community out at that. I think it went very well. And then as we get into the new year, we're going to be identifying those projects, putting together that VA report, and probably be back out here probably sometime in February, March to give you kind of the final look at where we ended up with the report. And again, that report needs to go to DEP and it gets approved by DEP. And we anticipate that probably by late spring of '26 that'll be completed. So, and then Megan is the county project manager. I'm the consultant project manager for this project.
Did the places that flooded on October 26th so badly, were they already showing up
Yeah,
in the dark purple
they
on
did
your
show
map?
up in some of the future conditions because you had a unprecedented rain event in some.
Well, and since then, there are so many areas around those locations where, like old, the sinkhole ponds just are staying super high.
Yeah, yep.
So it seems like everything's just continuing to stay, water table is just extremely
Yeah.
high. Even though we've had sort of spotty rain since then, it's just not going anywhere.
Yeah, yeah, and one of the things we do with this too is we've taken some of that anecdotal data that the public has given us during the public meeting. We will incorporate that into this report as ground truth. So any of the comments that people gave, comment cards, that'll get sent up to DEP as well with the deliverable.
Okay.
And I will say that the issue isn't just down the Wolf Branch Road. West Crooked Lake Road is extremely high. Lake
Oh, yeah.
Kelsey is extremely high, and Lake Tavares is extremely high for some reason, so.
No, I think all underground, you've got these underground rivers and connections, and I think everything is feeding each other right now. It's just all staying high.
I think this work is extremely important, of course, for any kind of grant opportunities. It goes hand in hand what we're going to talk about with stormwater, our changes to our code. Anything in South Lake, I know we don't have the flash flooding so much, but it's get all the rain and wait 2 days for the Claremont chain to flood.
I can get back with you offline. I can email
Yeah.
you, give you some of the maps so you can take a look for yourself as well too.
I'd
Make
like
it
that.
Easier to kind of zoom in on those. Certainly, we can do those.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
What's that?
All right,
Did I
thank
say
you.
something funny?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, moving on then to tab 34, Ryan Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you again. What are we? Almost still good morning, fellow commissioners, staff, members of the audience. For the record, Ryan Ritchie, Director of the Office of Tourism. Really looking forward to providing kind of an annual update of our activities and what we were able to accomplish this year. I am so proud to announce that we will be renaming our office internally. Don't be scared. We're not getting rid of Discover Lake County, Florida. This is just an internal change from the Office of Visit Lake to the Office of Tourism. This offers several key benefits, aligning the office with industry standards, providing a greater clarity on its role in driving tourism-related economic impact to the area. This shift truly enhances the communication between stakeholders, partners, and visitors by clearly defining the efforts, defining the office's focus on traditional tourism promotion and marketing, which is an essential component of Lake County's economic development strategy. We have seen throughout the state several other tourism offices in Florida under an official government office name while using a distinct brand. So Polk, Hernando, Charlotte, Marion, Alachua, Osceola, Seminole, Pasco all have that Office of Tourism name with an external brand like us with Discover Lake County, Florida. So truly excited about that update and that change, and we will make that change moving forward. Just want to provide you again just a little bit of an overview of who we are, what we do. We are responsible for promoting and strengthening the local tourism industry and business community. Our operations are funded by the resort tax. Sometimes you may hear me say TDT or tourist development tax. That is the same thing, and they are used to help fund the development and local events through sponsorships and advertising campaigns. We very proud to report to this council. Every quarter, I report our activities to the Tourist Development Council, which is a 9-member board. It is appointed by the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, and the members of that board include a member of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners, so our chair, Commissioner Kirby Smith, with 2 municipal officials that include Council Member Allison Strange from the City of Claremont and Commissioner Alan Raceman from the City of Leesburg. We also include 6 persons involved in the tourist industry, which includes Cindy Staley, who is the GM at Mission Resort and Club, David Perry, the owner of the Citrus Boutique Hotel, Miss Gigi Lemon, the owner of the Big House, David Filipponi with Florida Leisure Vacation Homes, that is the short-term rental property, Christian Sloop with Lake Ridge Winery, and Mr. Butch Hendrick with Sand Court Experts. I wanted to provide a little bit of a snapshot of where we have gone over the last 5 or 6 years with our tourist development tax collections. As you guys know, in fiscal year 21, sometime around February of 21 is when the county decided to collect from the short-term rental properties, which include those properties like Airbnbs, VRBO. And so as we saw a significant increase in our collections, really starting with a full year of collections in fiscal year 22. So, you know, as we kind of unfortunately went into the pandemic, lowered down into the 2.7 million, we as coming out of the pandemic, we saw some significant increases in collections. And so very proud to announce that fiscal year 25 was the highest in record, almost hit 6 million, but we were at 5.966 in tourist development tax collections. Just as I got here, it was really important for our office to be embedded in these partnerships. A lot of partnering with these organizations really puts Lake County in the driver's seat to understand best practices, educational networking opportunities. It's the industry standard. Most, if not all, tourism offices are embedded in these organizations as partners, and so Lake County has done the same. Florida Golf Alliance, we've been in that partnership roughly 3 years now. Out of the 147 million people that visit the state of Florida, 20 million actually golf in the state of Florida. And so it was really important for us to promote our destination as a golf destination with all the wonderful golf courses we have here. And so we're certainly capturing that demographic here in Lake County. You heard in the state of the county our recent extension of our contract with the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. This is roughly a 30-year partnership that's gone on. We extended from 2025 to 2030, as you heard me say in the video. Over the last 5 years of that contract, we've hosted over 100 sports tourism events that translated in almost 50 million of economic impact to the area. Those events include the Bassmaster College and High School Series Championships, the Bassmaster Elite Series, Major League Fishing Toyota Series, Fishers of Men National Championships, several FHSAA State Golf Championships, the IWWF World Water Ski Championship in 21 and 23, hopefully bringing that event back here sometime in the next few years. You'll see later in the presentation, we have the NCAA Women's Triathlon Championships in Claremont, and then several NCAA men's and women's golf previews and championships out at Mission Resort. One of the great announcements that's come out of this partnership within the last 6 months is Lake County, for the first time in history, the Professional Disc Golf Association is bringing the Tim Selinsky U.S. Masters Disc Golf Championships to Lake County. This is 400 athletes from all over the country will be here in 2026. They will be playing at the 5 premier disc golf courses we have here in Lake County. So certainly a great announcement, great achievement from this partnership at Greater Orlando Sports Commission. Providing you a little snapshot, I'm really proud of the diversity of some of the events that we partner with, that we sponsor with throughout the county. Just giving you a little bit of a background, we help sponsor roughly 189 events in fiscal year 2025. We also helped with 20 co-op marketing campaigns throughout the county, and I won't go through that list. I know that you can kind of take a brief look and see who we partner with, but wanted to really showcase some of the events that we help partner here in the county. This may be kind of a little start of the year, and we'll get down to the end here, but this was an opportunity that we had with the ESPN High School Basketball Showcase event down in Miami. Believe it or not, Miami is a drive market for Lake County. It's the highest spend tourist that actually comes to Lake County. I think it has a lot to do with getting away from the traffic and the hustle and bustle. But we had an event with Montverde Academy and Christopher Columbus High School down in Miami to be the presenting sponsor of the ESPN High School Basketball Showcase. And I'll show you a few pictures from that event. You'll see signage throughout the whole arena. But really proud of what this was able to capture during the live broadcast. 116,000 viewers. We had roughly 21,000 total views on YouTube and roughly 1.25 million impressions on social media channels. You can see some of the visibility that we had. We had commercials running on ESPN during that time, which was heavy visibility for our brand and our destination. Hopefully this works. Maybe Eric can help me out with that. Eric, maybe if you can play that, that'd be great.
Doesn't appear so.
Doesn't appear so. Well, I can give you, it was simply as it came, the event came on ESPN. It was basically announcing the event. It was, the announcer said, presented by Discover Lake County. You saw our logo fly in to the ESPN broadcast, but my apologies on the technical difficulties. One great event that we partnered with back early on in that fiscal year was the NCAA Women's Triathlon Championships. Really thank you to our partners with the City of Claremont, as well as the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. This event is an emerging sport within the NCAA. You don't have to go through the official bidding process within the NCAA. We feel that that is going to change at some point. But every year this event goes from the West Coast to the East Coast, and we had the opportunity to host it last year here on the East Coast. It kind of goes back and forth from Tempe, Arizona to Claremont, Florida. So I know myself and Lindsay with the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. In fact, I just got an email from the event director who said that he's really looking forward to coming back. So that's great news, and I think Arizona State won it. Yeah, I think it is their flag right there. So Arizona State won the Women's Triathlon Championships here in November. This is Professor Smith teaching our class during the Sunshine Sports Council Innovation Think Tank. This was an opportunity that we had to bid on about 50 destinations throughout the state. We had an annual conference here in Lake County for 3 days at the National Training Center in the city of Claremont, and so we were able to showcase our partnership with Star Athletics, but really proud of this. This is an event that, like I said, we have to bid for, we got selected for, and so really highlighting some of the great events that we are hosting here in Lake County. Give you a little bit of a background. In April of 2024, we hosted the Florida State Pepsi Youth Bowling Championship. This is 3,000 youth bowlers from all over the state coming here over a 5-weekend period for the Youth Bowling Championship. I got a tad aggressive on bidding for the 2026. I kind of included a 3-year bid for it to get it back in 26, 28, and 30. We were awarded that event. This event takes place at Lakeside Lanes in Tavares, but huge economic impact to the area. Like I said, it was the highest participated event ever in the history of the event. Like I said, 3,000 bowlers over a 5-weekend period. They believe that they're going to have to add a weekend in 2026, and we had their staff in town a few weeks ago to meet the new ownership at Lakeside Lanes and really move them forward. But I wanted to showcase this event because this is a major event happening here in Lake County. Annually, really proud that you know, my team and I take a week during National Travel and Tourism Week, which is that first week in May, to go out and really thank our stakeholders and our partners for what they do when the visitors are here. And so we go out and we partner with a local bakery, and we get baked goods, and we give them some tchotchkes and all that stuff. And we visit them and just simply thank them for what they do in the tourism industry, and really proud. Thank you to my team for coordinating this. I just get the easy part and go around and thank everybody, but I am nothing without my team, and really thank them for coordinating National Travel and Tourism Week. Again, we partner with Montverde Academy with the Mate Invitational. These are teams from all over the country, Utah, Arizona, Southern Florida, but we partner with them as presenting sponsor for this event. And again, it's not only are we bringing tourism to the area, but we're also partnering with our community stakeholders. And again, this is just one example of us really embedding ourselves in the assets that we have here in Lake County, including Montverde Academy. This is an event that we've partnered the last couple years on. This is the Pro Watercross event that is televised on national television on CBS Sports Network. This happens in the summer in July, which is our shoulder season, which is important for us to start bringing more events into in the shoulder season. Means when tourism is typically down in our destination. And so really looking at the strategy of bringing more events into the shoulder season to bring new revenue into the area. And this is one event that we hosted 2 years in a row here in Tavares, and got some multi-million impressions with social media, the broadcast on CBS Sports Network. So an event that we're going to continue to keep driving here to Lake County. Wanted to highlight this year we attended the Florida Governor's Conference on Tourism over in Orlando. Our office received the Bronze Flagler Award in the Creativity in Public Relations category for our innovative Tune Out to Tune In campaign. This award was presented in August of 27. This actually marks the first time this office has ever received the Flagler Award. And what we did was we created a mailer box to encourage travel writers and influencers to explore Lake County's natural beauty and laid-back charms. So we partnered with some of our stakeholders and got local baked goods and candles and Lake Ridge Winery, and we sent these mailer boxes to travel writers, and we ended up winning an award for it. So really excited about that, and hopefully we'll get one in 2026. Wanted to highlight an art mural that we sponsored in the city of Claremont in their art walk. Truly a great opportunity, and really looking for some other municipalities that want to partner with us here in the future to be able to do these beautiful murals and support the arts here in the area. And I wanted to kind of show you, if you're in the city of Claremont and their art walk and you're walking down that little pathway, you'll run into this mural that we partnered with, sponsored by, or we partnered with a local artist in the area, and he was able to do this for us. So proud of that mural up in the city of Claremont. You've heard a couple years ago, we partnered with the professional track and field team, Star Athletics. Probably the first time you'll ever see a Discover Lake County hat in front of the Eiffel Tower. That wasn't me. That was when they were in Paris for the Olympics in 2024. This team has been an incredible asset for us, and from putting us on a global stage. But yeah, last year we signed our marketing partnership with them. They compete all over the world. We utilize their influence in our market, and truly it's been a great partnership. This past year we traveled with them to the Prefontaine Classic, the 50th anniversary, one of the most prestigious track and field events in Eugene, Oregon. And through this partnership, we started developing a great relationship with the U.S. track and field. And in July, we had a unique opportunity to kind of showcase Lake County on a global stage, where we partnered with the USA Track and Field to sponsor the outdoor championships out in Eugene, Oregon. We had, just to give you a little example of what we did, we had trackside signage, we had race entitlements, so we were the actual sponsor of the 100-meter final, and we got lucky that one of the Star Athletics athletes, Kenny Bednarek, won the 100-meter final. I actually got a chance to hold the finishing tape, and it sounds like a tornado coming through when they're running up to that. But really great opportunity for us from a global stage, and we're certainly looking forward to doing more of these. We had commercials on the NBC broadcast during that weekend as well, and what I received from USA Track and Field was just over 1.3 million viewers were watching that event over that weekend in July. So again, continuing to sponsor these marquee events, and it was just a tremendous opportunity, and look forward to doing more. I do want to highlight our partnership with Tim Frederick. As you know, in let me see here, I might have got ahead with my notes. Yeah, since 2016, we have been involved in a sponsorship agreement with Mr. Tim Frederick. He's Lake County born and raised. He's a professional angler who fishes on several of the national tours, including Bass, Major League Fishing, National Professional Fishing League. He is contractually obligated to fish in 10 tournaments during that schedule. A lot of these tournaments take place in Florida, Alabama, Texas, New York. He's also attends several trade shows and conferences and promotes Lake County as a destination, one being the ICAST, which is the largest fishing retailer conference in the country. He goes to the Bassmaster Classic and Expo, which is truly the kind of the Super Bowl of bass fishing. What's impressive about this is, his truck and his boat are wrapped in our branding. Had the opportunity to talk to a company that wraps cars and trucks and vans and things like that. They told me that for every mile Tim drives, really depends on the area that he's in, but we get anywhere from 3,000 to 8,000 impressions. So, if he has a fishing tournament up in Lake Champlain in New York, it's 3,000 miles that he's, so I'm not going to do the math, I was horrible in math, but several million impressions that Tim gets us. One of the great things that happened this year, I usually go over to ICAST with Tim. He introduced me to the National Professional Fishing League officials. Our team has been in contact with them, and in March of 2026, we're going to be bringing a National Professional Fishing League event to Lake County. So really excited about that opportunity. And Tim also was involved in taping the Scott Martin Fishing Challenge show this year, which was televised on the Discovery Channel and several other channels, including Discovery Go, Outdoor, Pursuit Up, America TV, YouTube. They had 84 airings of this show, 3.2 million views. We had 46 broadcasted commercials per those sponsored shows, And so tremendous value with this partnership, and looking forward to continuing that. Another great event that we partner with is the Hermosa Beach Open. This is our second year doing this out in California. These are the most world-renowned beach volleyball players. They know Lake County. They know Hickory Point Beach Sand Volleyball Complex. A lot of them have competed at our complex before. And through this partnership, we've had opportunity to speak with other international volleyball event organizers. We are looking at possibly an opportunity of bringing an event like this to Hickory Point, but more stay tuned on that. But this has been a tremendous partnership, and this event is televised. Typically, our signage is right on center court, so you see it all the time during those events. So again, another great event that we've partnered with, and stay tuned on what the future looks like because of that partnership. This year, we really wanted to continue to get involved in building better relationships with our hotels, with our accommodations here in Lake County. So this year, under our partnership with Mission Resort and Club, we started a hotel general manager, director of sales meetings every quarter, where we present all the events that we're having, but just really want to build those relationships and partnerships with them, because they're the ones that see a lot of that traffic coming in with the marketing and the promotion and the events that are being hosted in here. And so really excited to continue this. This has been a goal of ours, to just build better relationships with our stakeholders. These are the three craziest UCF fans on that picture there. I can tell you that right now, but charge on. But this year, this summer, we entered into an agreement with UCF Athletics, just embarking on this 3-year term. We will be recognized as the proud partner of UCF Athletics. This partnership includes marketing assets, promotional opportunities across a variety of high-profile athletic events and media platforms. I'll try to skim through this, but throughout the football season, we had in-stadium and in-arena signage for UCF football, men's and women's basketball games. We had radio commercial spots during UCF football. Of course, basketball is still ongoing right now, but we'll have radio commercial spots during men's and women's basketball, baseball, when they do Knights Talk Live broadcasts. We have commercial placement on ESPN Plus when UCF events are on ESPN Plus. That includes football, men's and women's basketball, baseball, softball, men's and women's soccer, and volleyball games. We became the presenting sponsor of the UCF rowing team, which really creates a unique sport-specific branding opportunity tied to an Olympic sport. That picture, they recognized Lake County and the UCF rowing team. They won the Big 12 championship this year. So I know staff had some opportunity to meet with them. And so stay tuned. We still have 2 years left on this partnership, but it's been a great opportunity in integrating our brand into that massive brand of UCF and the Big 12. I'll kind of show you some of the signage, just some pictures of what you see during the game. And then as I kind of quickly go through this too, I wanted to call out our collaboration with our internal communications department. LeVar Cooper and his team in communications does a phenomenal job. Anytime we need content designed, any creative designed, we work with his team to do some of these publications. I won't explain all of them, but I'll just skim through them so you can see some of the work. Some of these publications come from our annual vacation guide. Some agritourism marketing there. And we did a publication and a motorcycle publication for Leesburg Bike Fest. That was the one on the left. And then again, more agritourism marketing as well. So what's next? We talked in the beginning, the Office of Visit Lake now will become the Office of Tourism. I know Commissioner Smith is happy about that. Here in the next month or two, you will see our final product of the destination strategic plan and where we enhanced our event partnership program and our capital funding program. Truly going to continue to position our brand to sponsor marquee events nationally and internationally. Work with our team at the partner with the Greater Orlando Sports Commission to continue to recruit, develop sports tourism portfolios with new events, and then again, just continuing to develop our stakeholder relationships and partnerships here in Lake County. And with that, I will leave you with this, that none of this happens without the support from the 5 people on this board, from Jennifer and her administration team, Carrie Christian, who I report to. She doesn't like me when I say she's my boss, and then Melanie and her team in the county attorney's office. It's truly a collaborative approach, and we work as a team to make this all happen. And so I can't thank you guys enough for your support of tourism here in Lake County. With that, I'll stand for any questions or comments, but thank you so much for giving me the opportunity today.
Great comprehensive overview. Wonderful work. Appreciate all you're doing.
Yeah, I don't think people actually realize the work that Ryan and his team does for Lake County and bringing in economic value back to Lake County. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah, likewise, just really want to thank you, Ryan. Doing great work. The last couple of years really ramped it up. You got a great team. So enjoy what you've done the last few years and look forward to the next few years with you. It's going to keep getting better and better. I'm excited. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
It's good. I just, going forward, my most thing, I'm obviously happy with the presentation. It's good, but if I had to just give you my 2 cents going forward, I really want to see the office focus as much as they can on ag tourism and sit down with these stakeholders that already exist and say, what do we have to put on the table to get you to buy other properties around the county and replicate what you're doing? Like, I'd like to see another Southern Hills Farms in 2 or 3 other areas of the county. I'd like to see, Chuck or whoever at Lake Ridge Winery say, how do we get another one of those up northwest Lake County or down east? It's the strategy, it's the tourism, and it's the type of tourism, it's the type of economy that fits our brand best and our image around not just the area, but really statewide. I want people to think of Lake County as like the natural, we all do, it's part of our branding. But those are the stakeholders, and that's the focus. Everything else is good. The sports focus is good, all the different things. Fishing is right there at the top too. But ag tourism, I think, is the biggest opportunity for growth. And I, speaking only for myself as one commissioner, would put anything on the table to incentivize stakeholders in the industry right now, Lake Ridge, Southern Hills, all these different entities around the county, Blueberry Farms, to expand and to buy and acquire other properties and replicate what they're doing. I mean, I would vote for significant economic development money to be offered to them, literally, like very few strings attached, as long as the agreement was the expansion of ag tourism around the county. I think no other counties are doing it in a good way. I don't think they have as much to work with like we do. And I think it's like a dual thing. It also protects open spaces by keeping agritourism itself does keep open spaces in an economically viable way. So that's not that you're not doing that. It's not a ding at all. It's just where my strongest interest is going forward. And this was, basically the completion of my first year on the commission. But so I kind of came in as much as an observer as I possibly could. Because I did like the direction the county's going in, but going forward, that's going to be my strongest focus, and I'll be talking to staff about it, and I think we need to go all in on it. Thanks.
Understood. Thank you.
Ryan, congratulations.
Thank you.
The proof's in the numbers. They're going up to DEC numbers. You did a great job. Thanks to your team.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize my team. I'm nothing without them. Amanda, Josh, Dawn, Lisa, I'm nothing without them. So thank you to my team for everything they do. But thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
One other thing I thought of, and that was great discussion from Commissioner Sabatini on that, just more of an event-specific request, maybe a challenge as well. You know what I'm probably about to say. I want Lake County to have a very large running event, like a marathon or a 12, something where people come from out of state and we're known for. And right now, it seems like part of the difficulty is coordinating with cities and county because you have to close roads down and things like that for a very short period of time. But there is, with running right now, there's an incredible amount of money that's coming in, and it's like the top, it's like pickleball and then running. People are spending lots of money on it. They're going and traveling to do big races. And if we had a 4,000 or 8,000 person event, everybody's going to be staying overnight here. They're going to be spending money, going out to eat. But it's going to require a little bit of pain in that coordination, and that's just my challenge for 2026.
There is a big event this weekend, 2,500 runners, the half marathon in Mount Dora.
It is, and that's been a big one. But let's do. Do they have a marathon too?
They have a half marathon. I've asked her before about the possibility of making
So that's a
it
good example. Yeah.
We all get to participate in the half marathon Saturday.
Do we have time to get ready?
I'm doing a 5K on Saturday, but not a.
It's going to be tough, though. If you live in Mount Dora,
Yeah.
most people that live in Mount Dora are prepared for this. This will be a little different this year because of Donnelly being closed. It's going to mean that for a couple hours, you may not be able to get in and out of your home, so you got to plan ahead. If you're going to go out, get out early and just plan to be away while the half marathon is going on. Just because with Donnelly out of the picture, it just means some of the other options, that people are using now won't be available. But it is a huge event, and it's grown tremendously, and they have a lot of people coming from everywhere. all
Yeah,
over the
so,
place.
maybe it's that expanding that one that, Mount Dora is already nationally known. So, but we know the challenges and, it's trying to get to the next level of 8,000 person kind of events.
It'd be great to work the Clay Road into it somehow, or somehow highlight that, but.
Challenge accepted.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Meg, on Kroger update on its closure in Groveland.
Right back. Some more coffee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Meg Brew, Director for the Office of Economic Development. I did promise I would be very brief this afternoon, but I have some encouraging updates I wanted to share with you. I'll start with a little background for the benefit of the public. As you are aware, Lake County successfully incentivized Kroger and Ocado to select Groveland as the location for their Florida Fulfillment Center back in 2019. Our incentive agreements are performance-based and required both companies to meet agreed-upon metrics annually and for the duration of their 10-year agreements. Payments were issued to both Kroger and Ocado in 2022, 2023, and 2024 in accordance with those agreements. Unfortunately, as you're aware, on November 18th of this year, Kroger announced plans to shift its e-commerce model and close the Groveland facility. This decision has impacted nearly 1,000 local employees and represents a significant economic disruption for our community. At the December 2nd board meeting, the Board of County Commissioners approved termination agreements with both Kroger and Ocado. These termination agreements included a requirement that Kroger and Ocado reimburse the county for payments previously made by the county. In addition, the board approved the reallocation of fiscal year 2026 incentive funds to directly support education and training for impacted residents through an agreement with CareerSource. 10% of the funds were also reallocated for road improvements. These actions reflect the county's commitment to both fiscal responsibility and community support. By reallocating incentive funds, Lake County is ensuring that resources are used to strengthen our current workforce and improve infrastructure while also addressing the immediate needs of impacted residents. I am happy to provide you with a couple of new updates this morning or this afternoon. We have tried to be very people first in our response, with the most urgent attention, of course, paid to those individuals who have been impacted. To that end, the county, in collaboration with the City of Groveland, CareerSource Central Florida, who were joined here today, and LEAD, held the first of a couple of on-site job fairs last week at Kroger. We hosted 39 employers, 6 educational partners, and nearly 500 job seekers. Our team made a tremendous impact, and we look forward to repeating this effort next month. In the meantime, my office is working closely with CareerSource Central Florida and our educational partners to draft an MOU for the education and training program that will support impacted residents. This agreement will include specific reporting metrics, and we look forward to bringing it to the board for consideration in the very near future. I'm also very pleased to share that the Kroger termination agreement that was approved by the board on December 2nd was fully executed on December 5th. As part of this agreement, Kroger agreed to pay back the full amount they received in incentives and impact fee waivers totaling $460,714.53. This money was received from Kroger on December 8th. A similar agreement was sent to Ocado in early December and is currently under review by their legal team. We are asking Ocado to refund incentive payments totaling $871,998.48, and we are optimistic that they will do the right thing. Incentives remain an important tool for attracting targeted industry to Lake County and are essential to making our community stand out as a destination for business in a highly competitive environment. The successful execution of these termination agreements and recoupment of funds demonstrates that our incentive program remains a sound business decision for the county moving forward. In talking about the county's response to Kroger's closure, we have used the analogy of a natural disaster more than once. When a hurricane comes to Lake County, we show up at the Emergency Operations Center with all of our partners to protect life, property, and the environment. But as we know, and as Megan Melanie's can attest, the real work often comes months later when we debrief, rebuild, and plan for future resilience. It is not enough to repair a wind-damaged home. You must design and rebuild the home to withstand future storms. That same principle guides our economic recovery plan, which is currently in draft form and will serve as a living document to guide both our rapid response and the county's long-term economic strategy for resilience moving forward. Our rapid response efforts, as I shared, have focused on immediate support for impacted employees through job fairs and creation of education and training opportunities. At the same time, we have also been working to analyze the broader economic impact of these job losses, including ripple effects on ancillary businesses. Additionally, we're conducting an economic postmortem of sorts to better understand the factors that led to recent closures. The plan also recognizes the Kroger building as a unique real estate asset for Lake County. With its advanced infrastructure, it represents an opportunity to attract employers who will bring those high-wage, high-skilled jobs. We will work aggressively with our partners to market this facility to companies that can strengthen our economy, bring jobs and investment, and be good community partners. Moving into the longer-term plan, we understand that in order to assure that Lake County emerges from this loss stronger than before, we need to work to develop a more clear understanding of our current liabilities and future vulnerabilities. This will allow us to proactively prevent or mitigate future disruptions rather than simply responding to them. Our long-term plan calls for us to double down on our efforts to attract new employers and diversify the local economy, while at the same time redoubling our support for small businesses and entrepreneurs as they truly represent the backbone of Lake County's economy. By strengthening both large-scale investment and grassroots enterprises, we are building a balanced and resilient foundation for economic prosperity. Finally, the plan calls for us to engage directly with our residents. It's important that our community understand the value of intentional economic development and that they have a voice in shaping Lake County's future. Together, we can transform this moment of disruption into an opportunity to build a stronger and more resilient economy that serves everyone. We look forward to working with you on this plan as it comes to life, and I will continue to update the commission regularly regarding progress. In the meantime, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good job. Appreciate it. Great job, staff, for clawing back the funds from Kroger. And I appreciate the fact that you said that the immediate focus was on the human side of it and the folks that lost their jobs and working directly with them. But at the same time, you guys were right on top of it and getting with Kroger and getting that money back. And appreciate Kroger doing the right thing and making that happen. And also, I anticipate we'll see the same thing from the other partner. But great work, and thanks to CareerSource and Lake Tech and Lake Sumter and everybody that's stepping up and helping folks get back to work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving ahead then to Mike Fitzgerald and the annexation report.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, good afternoon. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. I have an annexation report consisting of 3 reports, 2 for Mount Dora and 1 for the City of Umatilla. The first one is we've received a notice that the City of Mount Dora is proposing to annex approximately 29 acres of land located north of State Road 46, west of Round Lake Road. This is actually the Round Lake Elementary School. They're proposing a public lands institution zoning and a public lands future land use category. Next item is an annexation for Mount Dora. This is 143 acres located north of US Highway 441, east of State Road 44. This was a planned unit development approved under Lake County. This is the Lochside development, and that is platted for 158 homes. Third item is in the city of Umatilla. This proposal is for approximately 11.5 acres of land located south of Keene Road, west of Cary Lake. The subject property is currently developed with 2 residential units, and nothing is proposed at this time. The municipality is proposing one dwelling unit per acre, which is in accordance with their city agricultural land use. And this is the aerial. And that concludes the report.
Okay. I mean, the school, we knew that was coming, and I know our staffs have been working closely on getting that connection for the road there.
Yes, staff will stick with.
Vista Ridge, I believe it is.
Getting Vista Drive.
Uh-huh. And then, let's see, the other one, go back to the second one in Mount Dora. That's the Lochside. So I can just report to everybody that the light is going up on 441. The poles are up, the light fixtures themselves, the signals appear to be up. So they're getting very close to opening that. And the good news is that that will provide a connection for folks to leave the public shopping center and get onto 441 without having to make U-turns at Donnelly and 441, which is going to be a huge traffic reliever there.
I'm curious why the school is annexing in. Are they required to, or?
They are doing it for their water and sewer, I believe.
They are under a voluntary annexation. I don't have any further information as far as
Okay, I was just curious.
agreements.
I think it has to do with the water and,
So it's available out there now to them, and,
yes, there is water and sewer there.
thank you.
And Umatilla looks like low zoning, low density.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving ahead to public hearings, our first public hearing is tab 36. I'll call on Melanie.
This will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending the following sections of the Lake County Code, Appendix Z, Land Development Regulations, Chapter 2, entitled Definitions, Section 30102, entitled Zoning District Use Regulations, Section 30103, entitled Schedule of Permitted and Conditional Uses, Section 30104, entitled Key to Conditions in Table or Permitted and Conditional Uses, allowing chicken farms, egg processing facilities, hog farms, mills, riding stables, slaughterhouses, and farm worker housing as a permitted use in the agricultural zoning district, creating Section 303 to establish minimum requirements for these uses, adjusting the zoning matrix to comply with Section 125.01055 Florida statutes regarding allowable uses under the Live Local law, and providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. This is your first reading. If you choose to approve it today, it will come back for final adoption on January 6th.
All right, this is a public hearing. I'll open it up and see if we have anyone online. I don't have any speaker cards. Just a couple.
Yeah, what was I remember it was first presented, and I guess we asked for a couple of changes. What were the summary of the changes? It was that they would have the entitled use except in only a few circumstances, right? It was like,
Well,
the best practice.
It was the best practices requirement that they would get the benefit of being able to utilize, not being a
They just have to
conditional
show that
use
they
permit.
Signed up or whatever.
Correct. If they provided proof they were enrolled in a best management program, then they would not need a conditional use.
I would move to
Well,
approve.
oh.
Then we can have a discussion, but I would move to approve it.
Okay, so there's a move to approve, there's a second. Okay, for discussion. I want to raise something, though, that is of concern to me, and that is when we first were drafting this originated out of a state law change that essentially took the overview and zoning approval of agricultural uses from the county and preempted it by state law. Oftentimes, issues that come up with constituents have to do with incompatible land uses and people being affected by what other people are doing on their property. And so I was concerned about this because it comes up. I mean, people have conflicts often because of being so close to what somebody else is doing and depending on the nature of what they're doing. Slaughterhouses, hog farms, egg processing, chicken plants, these are pretty intensive uses, right? So right now, the way that this was written, if there's a house within 200 feet of the property line, then they have to, we've written it so the ag use would have to have a 50-foot setback. I would propose that we take out the reference to whatever's happening on the property next door and just go to a straight 100-foot setback on these types of land uses. While we're preempted, we can set setbacks. Now, if there's a reason why 100 feet doesn't make sense, they can ask for a variance. But what we can't do is make them do a conditional use permit. So this is a way to turn it so that if the facts show that you don't really need that setback, or two property owners have worked it out amongst themselves, then you could just grant the variance. Otherwise, it's just 100 feet. This could help too. We're not totally sure, but with the marijuana processing plants, that has been an ongoing issue when they're pushed up right up next to a property and they're preempted by state law. But if we had a setback in place, I think the argument would be that our setbacks still control.
So they would, if they couldn't make the 100-foot, they would need a variance. So variance going through Board of Adjustment kind of variance?
Yes.
Or are we going to allow staff a certain percentage to grant the variance, because you don't want to make it really onerous for them either, because you're still you could
Yeah,
still
I
get it
mean,
turned down.
You could,
Without even coming in
I
front
would
of
say
us.
still have it go through the variance board, but maybe you waive fees, or you lower the fees or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of administrative staff approvals for variances, just because I think it encourages more people to apply for it versus having a group of peers look at something from, a
So
more
with that-
public perspective.
With that change,
Yeah, but
Leslie,
Mm-hmm.
with that change, how would that affect the situation that you have with the horses out there? Would she still continue to run the way she's running now, or would she have to come in for a variance?
So this is not retroactive.
Yeah.
Her business is there. It's been there, I think, since 2018 or something like that. So this is going to be going forward. So if a new stable came
Okay.
in, they would have to
I just
have
want to make
that
sure
buffer.
we're looking at, for 400,000 people, and we're not doing legislation for one.
Yeah, that one isn't, that's already happening, that's already there. This also covers, housing, ag housing. So the 100-foot setback could arguably be a really, really good thing. You're allowing these uses, but you're saying at least you got to back up and not build within 100 feet, and it creates that buffer.
So just to clarify, this does not apply to agricultural housing. That's under state
So
statute.
they are completely.
They are completely governed by state statute.
Are there any limitations?
There are, I don't recall right offhand what it is, but I can send that information to you.
Okay.
I
That's-
just want to make sure that this 100-foot setback, that the property owner wouldn't have to do a whole bunch of landscaping in between
It's just a setback.
their property. As long as that's clear and it can be an open field with a setback, I'm good with it. But if you're going to make them do berms and everything else, then I'm not good with
So the current wording just says that it would be a 50-foot or 100-foot if you choose to change it, utilizing natural material to the greatest extent possible along any boundary.
So just leaving it the way it is the ideal scenario. So it doesn't make you do anything.
Yeah, what if it's pasture?
As long as you've got that space. And if you like, I can clarify that in the wording, that this doesn't require a landscape.
I personally am okay with 50 feet. I mean, hate to make it a debate, but I like the 50 feet. I like incentivizing that they can use their agricultural land to almost to the full extent of the property line. I want to put the emphasis on that.
I know you're pro-ag, and I'm pro-ag too, but I'm also really keenly aware of what it's like to live next to a chicken farm or, a slaughterhouse. It's an issue. this is it's kind of like they say that fences make good neighbors. Just creating that little bit of distance goes a long way to not having
I just
conflict.
feel like 100 feet's pretty significant.
Here to that wall, I mean, what is it, a little more than that?
That's like 50,
Is
50
that about
feet.
50?
That right there could be a whole.
So from there to there.
I think that's a good point, but I go back to the variance process and knowing that how long it takes, it can take up to 3 months to get a variance. You know, when somebody, maybe they, on average, can make the 100-foot, but maybe in certain areas, they have to be a 90-foot buffer, and now you're gonna make them go in and, you know,
Maybe we should say an average.
maybe, yeah.
Melanie, can we say an average so that you can have wider and then less? I mean, we can, but no less than 50. So if you say no less than 50, but an average of 100, and that way, if you've got space,
Yeah, the reason, and that works with water management, they've been doing that for years.
50's far though. Like 50 is.
What happens legally if someone purchases a piece of property and they have a barn, they want to make it a pigeon house that is 75 feet from the property line? It's not within the 100. Would they have to move the barn?
No, they could apply for a variance, or it's,
If they didn't have, no variance, no nothing, they just want to raise pigeons because they like pigeons.
I'm gonna
Would they
get you
have
a
to
pigeon
either
for
move the
Christmas.
barn, or would they have to not put their pigeons in the barn that's already there?
It's not a yes or no answer. It depends on whether the barn was legally there. If it was legally there, then it's non-conforming, it can stay and they can use it.
And they can use it
Right.
as written.
Correct.
Pigeons come up a lot here. What's the history with that?
they do
That's
for
what I'm saying.
Commissioner
He
Smith.
needs a pigeon.
guy.
They tried to strike pigeons out, and I like pigeons. So I didn't want them to strike pigeons out. Just
Well-
like if you have cows, I think you should be able to have bison.
So this is a first reading, so if you go with 100 today, you can drop to 50 at the next meeting.
I'll go with 100
or
today, but I definitely feel like 50 is a good amount.
So-
Because they had 50 on their side too, so everybody's got 50, that's 100 together, the two properties.
I'm good with 50.
I think. Because it's like, for them to be like, well, everything 1 inch outside of my property line needs to be, and then they have it's like, okay, you have your 50, they have their 50, that's 100, that's fine. That's why I feel more comfortable with it.
Okay, so can we grant a compromise?
I'll vote for the 100 today, but I'm just
Okay,
going
all right.
So if you
I'm going
include
to go
that,
for the 50 today.
I'd like to vote for the 50.
All right, that's 3 votes for 50.
Okay, so just take out the reference to the adjoining property structure. That way, it doesn't matter what's going on next door. You don't have to go look at that or measure because of that. Just say 50 feet. Don't build your ag structures any closer than 50 feet to a property line.
okay, and when it comes back, I'll show you the language.
And I still think there needs to be something, because you're gonna have to do this. If somebody's at 49 in one area and then they're at 51 in another, you're gonna have to say, you still need a variance because you're 1 foot. You need 1 foot. We can
So-
talk about it between now and next month, but.
Practically speaking, the last time we had a slaughterhouse was like 2008. These aren't uses that people are generally coming here to start. Chicken farms, slaughterhouses, egg processing facilities.
We did have the hog farm.
You did, but that's the first thing you've had in this listing since 2008. So,
Almost 20 years.
Yeah, well, 100-year storm, 1,000-year storm. It's just a matter of time.
We're Lake County, we're agriculture.
we will bring back options for Commissioner Parks.
Just want neighbors being happy with neighbors. Okay, all right, so we have the motion, Commissioner Sabatini, and who was the second?
I'll second.
Parks is the second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, great. Moving on then to tab 37. Melanie,
All right, this is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, creating Section 5-5 Lake County Code to be entitled Lake Dora Sandbar, designating a portion of Lake Dora as a noise-sensitive zone, providing for enforcement, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you choose to approve it today, it'll become ordinance 2025-54.
okay, all right, we have several speaker cards, so I'll jump into the speaker cards. Is it Christopher Sanson? And then the next would be Elvin Montanez.
Can I ask a question? Is that okay?
Yes, a question is fine if we,
I wanted to know if there was any change on what the ordinance or what the noise ordinance that was produced at the last meeting. Has there been any, there was discussions
Yes.
about changing decibel level and distance and all of that? Did any of that
yes,
happen?
yes, let us update on that because we got feedback from Marine Patrol and we were leaning towards doing whatever we were going to do at the Clen here, but we were told that that would not work here and that, Melanie, if you could fill us in on the input that we got from Marine Patrol and FWC. And the changes we've made from the advertising, the initial discussion to now.
So, yeah. We talked with FWC. This it's not preempted by state law. We're not regulating the vessels. We're not regulating the vessel engines, the vessel exhaust. We are regulating amplified noise only. So we added, just to make that clear, which is part of the errata sheet, language that says nothing herein is intended to prohibit or regulate the movement or anchoring of vessels within the noise-sensitive zone, nor is the section intended to regulate vessel engine noise or exhaust, as engine noise and exhaust is regulated under 327.65. So FWC was comfortable with that language. They had no other comments on this. We also have mock signs to show you what the signage would look like. And this currently, if it gets approved today, would be 1,000 foot based on the sketch that you saw along the shoreline.
Okay, all right.
So just to be clear, I just want to make sure I understand that it would be a no amplified, zero amplified music, quiet zone. Is that correct?
Correct.
The way that it's written?
What? Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Good morning, Commissioners, or afternoon now. I'm here to shift the conversation from conflict to solutions. Over the past weeks, we've seen over 100,000 people engage with this noise issue online. Yet in all those comments, not one person proposed a real fix, only turn it down. Instead, we've heard proposals for fines and criminal records, but enforcement without education won't solve the underlying problem. What's encouraging is that I have a petition for 600-plus signatures about doing better than what was proposed, and I can produce that to you. Not punishment, but actual fixes. Tell us the community wants to move forward together, and the Lake Dora-Sandbar community itself is 6,000 members strong, representing boaters, families, and everyone who loves the lake. I want to address something critical. So you're not going to be using decibel meters then, is that correct?
Correct.
As proposed?
That is not proposed.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll just skip that part then. But I'll use it as a reference. If a boat at the sandbar is outputting 90 decibels, if they simply turn their speakers away from Deer Island, which could be done through education, and towards the center of the lake, the sound reaching the island drops to 45 decibels. It cuts it in half. That's not an opinion, that's physics. I've created a public Google map showing exactly how this works for every home, golf hole within audible range. The difference is dramatic and measurable. But here's where it even gets better. When we combine three simple strategies, speaker pointed towards the center of the lake, strategic tree planting, and a modest sound barrier at the cove entrance, which is on the map, the areas reach 0 decibels of audible noise. Inaudible, problem solved. This creates an elegant enforcement solution. Boats pointing speakers towards land will obviously be loud, twice as loud as the compliant boats. Enforcement becomes simple. Find the loud ones, educate them and operators, and move forward. The path forward is clear. Lake County boaters, property owners, and golfers all benefit from one simple standard. Point all speakers towards the center of the lake, away from the land. All natural structures, sound mitigation, and the sound disappears before it reaches anyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elvin Montanez. Did I say that right?
You did. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioners, I hope I am not between you and lunch, because that wouldn't bode well. Basically, this is a noise ordinance, and I am encouraging you guys to pass this noise ordinance. It's common in many gathering places, public, incorporated, and non-incorporated spaces. You can see, the water lines at Tavares and Grantham Park in Mount Dora. Those are all areas that have noise ordinances in place because I've got a boat, many of you have a boat. There's no way you can point your speakers because they're all around the boat, and it's not intentional even if you're anchored. Noise ordinances exist for practical and legal reasons, especially where there's shared public spaces like these waterfronts and neighborhoods are nearby. It's not just Deer Island that was referenced here. Sound carries on lakes significantly more for, again, physics reasons. But again, I do believe that a noise ordinance doesn't prevent people from having fun at the, in the space that we're talking about here, the sandbar. The sandbar is still there. It's there to protect public peace and quality of life. Visitors can use the park. Visitors that are there are just as offended by loud noises as the residents. We're not just talking about the residents here. This is why you see these noise ordinances in public spaces and gathering, and parks, beaches, the canals behind waterways that you see often in Tampa and South Florida. They have noise ordinances in place. Again, it's to create a common ground for both boaters, visitors to the sandbar and residents to be able to experience, have a good experience. I believe that a noise ordinance would even allow businesses to be able to conduct business normally as well, because you see it. You see it on the Tavares waterfront, right? Plenty of business there. Again, number two, by voting this forward, you'll provide a clear enforcement standard that law enforcement can use so that they're not ambiguous or using something arbitrary to determine what's too loud. The third, it protects the public spaces. In parks and waterfront areas like Lake Dora, Grantham Point, others, loud amplified sound can interfere with others' enjoyment. Wildlife and natural resources are also impacted by loud noises. Noise can carry long distances. I mean, we hear people from Shirley Shores all the way down complaining about, these loud noises. It only takes one bad actor to ruin it for all of us. So the noise ordinance is a great start, to balance it for all of us. First, last I want to say it balances individual freedom with community rights. We have the right to gather, talk, celebrate, play music, but others have the right to a quiet enjoyment of their home, of their space, wherever it is. When you go to a park, and you're enjoying that park, you don't want music blasting, or you may, but the thing is you have rights, and a noise ordinance creates a balance. And I believe that aligns with your mission that you started out with this morning, which was united in service, inspired by purpose. I believe this is very purposeful ordinance. It's something that will service the community. It will service the people who visit Lake County. We want to encourage agro-tourism. I believe tourism will not be impacted by this. In fact, we know it's growing. The more power to it. We have beautiful lakes. They're huge lakes. This is why I moved here. And yes, I agree with you, Madam Chairman. This is the greatest county in the state of Florida, and I want to keep it that way. And so I implore you guys to vote this noise ordinance forward. Thank you for your time.
Lori Burkholder, and then Arlen Kohlberg.
I am Lori Burkholder. I live on the southwest corner of the cove, about a mile from the sandbar.
And I will tell you that when they're in full swing, it is loud. I can hear it that far away. I urge you to pass this ordinance. I applaud Christopher for trying to come up with an alternative, but turning those speakers around, gonna head right to me and everybody else on Squirrel Point, so please pass.
Thank you. Arlen? And then Michael Sutton.
Good afternoon. I'm Arlen Kohlberg. I live on the west end of Deer Island and have been subjected to this abusive noise for about 4 years now. The situation at the west end of Deer Island has created many issues that need to be addressed by the county. They include such things as vandalism, drug trafficking, verbal and physical assault, sanitation issues, inabilities to navigate to and from our docks. Almost every weekend throughout the summer, we are unable to get our boats out of our docks, and we cannot navigate to the lake or back. On one occasion, I had to ask people to move their bodies and their boats out of the way so I could get my boat out, and they were very nice about it, no problem. And then I tried to get into my neighbor's dock, which turned out to be just impossible. There were just too many people, too many people in the water, too many boats. Virtually, we just have to know that we can't use our boats on the weekends during the summer months. Now, will this noise ordinance change anything about the things that I've just mentioned? Not a lot, probably, but it certainly is a step in the right direction. And besides the human residents of Deer Island and the boaters who are trying to enjoy the peace and tranquility of Deer Island, the biggest Lake County population that is suffering from the oppressive noise on the west of Deer Island is wildlife. Prior to the excessive numbers of noisemakers that assembled on the west end of Deer Island, each weekend, for example, close to where I live, there was a pair of eagles that built a nest in a high pine tree, and they basically used that nest to eat what they caught in the lake. So it was just amazing to watch them build the nest and then to use that nest. And they're gone, and they haven't come back. Osprey used to come into the tall trees on the west end of Deer Island and eat the fish that they caught in the trees. They're gone. They don't come back. Owls would come in at night, and it was always so funny in the morning to be sitting at the breakfast table saying, "Did you hear those owls last night?" And to talk about the enjoyment of hearing that sort of a noise, even in the middle of the night, it was welcome. Will the passing of this noise ordinance give wildlife a chance to come back to the west end of Deer Island? Maybe, hopefully, but I think we have to give them a chance to come back and enjoy that part of Deer Island and Lake County, and give us a chance to enjoy that part of Lake County also. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael Sutton.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Sutton. I live next door to the Montañezes on Sunset Point. And yes, it is loud, very loud during the weekend in the summer. I suggest to you that probably you already know that the difficult part of governance is to protect individual rights as well as community rights. And that's the art of it. So the reason that I'm supporting this ordinance is that it doesn't stop people from gathering, which is an important constitutional right, but it does regulate the quality of that gathering so that it doesn't injure people, property values, or anything else. The noise ordinance is not an end-all, be-all, but I think it's a good first step. I'd actually like to see people just be more polite about the whole thing, but I don't think that's going to happen. So that's why I'm asking you to regulate thoughtfully the noise that is emitted from this gathering every weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You know, it's very difficult to be outside when this whole party's going on. And so I think this regulation will probably help with that, and I'd urge you to balance the issues carefully and make really good decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So one of the things that I had heard, online, no, thank you for that. One of the things I had heard is that, and I didn't realize how far out the sandbar feature goes, very, very long distance. And historically, people actually congregated much further away, not up right next to Deer Island. It wasn't that way at all. So this has obviously been going on for many, many years. It's something that people do and congregate and have a good time, but it wasn't right up next to the shoreline. So one of the ideas that I had heard in having some conversations with folks was the idea of actually creating a distance off the shoreline where you could either have, one idea is no anchoring, so that you're, say, 250 feet off the shoreline, you're not going to park your boat, get out, and get on the sandbar. Beyond that point, you could. That would at least take people away from literally parking in these folks' backyard, trying to get the best spot ever. So that's one thing I just wanted to put out there. We couldn't do that particular ordinance until we conferred with FWC. They have to have 30 days to look at it and consider it and give feedback, but that is a possibility. Another idea is just move forward with this, see how this works, see if this starts to alleviate issues. It doesn't necessarily mean that people won't be still pushed up next to their docks and right next to their property, but at least it would take the noise, the sound, the amplified sound part of it down. So I just wanted to throw that out there. If this doesn't work, we may want to consider speaking with FWC about doing something that would be a distance off of the shoreline limitation for parking the boat and anchoring the boat and so forth. So that was an idea I just wanted to throw out there. But I think that what we've got here is an opportunity for people to still go out, enjoy themselves, but just not get into the sound wars. And I think it was pointed out before, something really important. It's not just the battle between the folks that are on the boats and the people that live on the shore. It's a battle between the people on the boats, trying to outdo each other. I don't like your music, I'm going to play my music louder, and then it just spirals out of control, and it becomes basically a sound war, an amplified noise war. And I've seen the speakers on the, and you probably have too, the speakers that people are putting on their vessels so that they can make theirs louder than somebody else's, with the hope that maybe they push everybody else out and then they just get to be the ones hanging out there. So I think we're going in the right direction here. Commissioner Smith?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
Okay, 4-1, that passes. And again, we'll see how things go, and if necessary, we'll revisit the concept of having an actual, no anchoring zone. Yes.
If I could just say a few words, because I didn't go into discussion, I still think that there's a better way to thread the needle than just a total, I just think it leaned too much in the direction of just shutting them down. Extremely sympathetic, obviously, I support noise ordinances in general, but I just think it's not, I think it leans too much in one direction. I just want to say that for the record.
We're really not shutting them down.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
mean,
They still have the ability to listen to their music.
And congregate.
It's the fact that they are blowing the music out.
Well, I just think it plainly audible is, you can be pretty close and still be plainly audible.
And I contribute it to being in a park.
Mm-hmm.
And you having 200 people there playing different musics that are amplified in a park within a neighborhood. There's no different. So that's the reason why I approved it.
Okay, all right.
I just wanted to note that, that's all.
Okay. You want to send an email? We're going to take a 15-minute break, everybody, and we'll come back and begin again at 1:30.
Go get food.
Oh, is there food here?
There's up in the
I'm
refrigerator.
starving for some odd reason. Probably
One
it's
up
'cause
there.
it's-
good buddy.
Okay, so we're at tab 38. I'll turn this over to Melanie.
Okay, this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, repealing Article 12, Chapter 13, Lake County Code entitled Motor Vehicle Title Loans, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, providing for an effective date. Choose to approve this today, it'll become ordinance 2025-55. This is a cleanup provision, removing an outdated section of our code, and it's related to the board's policy of whenever you pass a new regulation, you should repeal an old regulation.
We can thank Josh Blake, I think, for this one.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. It is a public hearing for repeal, so we'll open it up if there are any comments. Anybody online? I have no speaker cards. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board, and again, I want to give a nod to Josh Blake, Commissioner Blake, because this was his idea. Yes, the Josh Blake rule. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, tab 39. This is Jeff Earhart's item on a resolution to vacate driveway, walkway, and cul-de-sac easements.
Good afternoon, Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. This is regarding a vacation petition number 1308. If you're familiar with the area, it's in the Dora Pines area, which you've seen several vacations on before. It's being brought forward by Pinto, which is the Mueller Business Group, and Excel Consultants. It's right there located east of 441 near the Mount Dora area in District 4. It's located north of Limit, west of Britt, and east of 441. As we zoom in, this is basically we're combining several lots in order to make them buildable. It's removing the cul-de-sacs, driveway, and drainage easements, as we've done on many others before. With that, I'll let you open the public hearing.
All right, okay, do we have anyone online? No speaker cards. This does lower the density because it makes the lots bigger than how they were originally
Move
set up.
to approve. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on then to tab 40. Okay.
Commissioners, staff, thank y'all for having me this afternoon. Wasn't expecting to be this late, but I'm a happy citizen here in Lake County, and I'm glad to be able to be here. This is my first time being able to see you all interact, and I'd like to commend you on your interactions. Some of the meetings we've gone to, it gets pretty contentious, but it looks like you guys have done a good job, contending where you need to and having productive debate. So I really do like to see things at work, especially you guys being my representatives. So. Again, my name is Brent Haywood. I'm the General Manager, CEO at Lake Pompano Natural Gas District. For those of you who know, Lake Pompano Natural Gas District is a special utility district created by act of the state back in 1959, so we're celebrating 66 years of service. Today, I'm here to talk to you about our Energy Choice Initiative. The Energy Choice Initiative, when I came to the district 2 years ago, and started looking around at some of the threats to our local communities, doing a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I realized that there were a lot of differences in how things were being developed around the territory. If you look at the area that we're in, that we serve, there were a lot of developments that were choosing to go with electric-only developments and not putting natural gas in there as an option. But then you go just north to the city of Leesburg. Leesburg actually requires natural gas and electricity to be required in all new developments. So not only in new developments, but it's required in the houses as well. So, having those differences, the villages actually has the same ordinance that they require natural gas to be part of the future developments as well. And I felt like, we should have some consistency there on how we treat our overall constituents, especially here in Lake County. Orange County, we've been very successful in passing what we call our Energy Choice Ordinance in Apopka and Winter Garden. So pretty much our territory in Orange County requires natural gas in all the new developments. So we want to come here today to talk about the Energy Choice Initiative, why we're promoting having natural gas put in all new developments, and the importance of it not only to us locally, but as far as the state and the nation as well. So again, first slide here. I think I've got the clicker here. Again, Lake Poplar Natural Gas, just to give you a feel for us, we're a little over 30,000 customers. We have a 620 square mile territory, which is actually an extremely large territory for a special utility district. About 65% of that territory is Lake County. So, you know, we're talking about a little over 340 square miles of service territory. When you look at the service territory as a whole, we've only served about 46% of the available service territory. So there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of opportunity for growth. And I think, you know, we're catching this at the right time so we can alleviate some of the negative impacts to what's going on as far as electrification movement goes. So again, next slide here. We're here today to talk about an energy choice. For those of you that have been paying attention to things lately, you realize that just behind our human resources, our energy is really one of the most contentious things that makes us as great as we are as far as the country goes. When you start looking at how we use our energy, where we're using our energy, it's important that we make good decisions in our homes and also in our communities as far as what energies we have available and what we use appropriately. So our Energy Choice Initiative is really making sure that we have the appropriate energy available to all of our constituents here in Lake County, whether you actually choose to use natural gas or not, but it should be available to everybody. And I'm going to give you the reason why that's important. Next slide here. I'm not going to go through everything. You guys have been here for a long time today. But the electrification movement, which actually started more as a West Coast movement that moved into the federal government and then started pushing its way out into the rest of the nation, the electrification movement became a very popular thing. I think we're all aware, you know, from a greenhouse gas initiative, from solar, from wind, trying to move everything to an electric model. And I think we've seen, you know, some of the reports, you know, whether your feelings are one way or not. I'm actually an environmental engineer by trade. So I see, you know, the necessities as far as from a national standpoint where electricity plays a key role. But when you look at the certain regions and the areas that we're in, it's not really a good mode to go into a single source model to where you're only providing one type of energy to be used throughout the homes. So electrification is actually a movement that wants to promote and says that electricity is actually the most efficient, cleanest, most effective energy source, effective way to move energy that there is. But actually natural gas is the safest, most reliable, most efficient energy moving mechanism that we have in the United States. The natural gas industry moves over 40 times more energy on a daily basis than the electric distribution systems do, period. Why is that? And that's because across the nation, natural gas is overwhelmingly the source for energy throughout the nation now. If you look at Florida, and these are two key numbers that I think people really need to understand, and why is this energy choice thing important to us, is because 82% of the electricity capacity, electrical generating capacity in the state of Florida is natural gas, okay? On a daily basis, it's 75%, but on a day whenever solar is not generating, you have to bump up that generation or compensate for that lack of generation, solar generation, with natural gas. So we as ratepayers for electricity, we actually pay for that 82% capacity every day. You have to pay for it because of the inconsistent nature of the solar generation. So when we look at the numbers, that 82% of electricity generating capacity and electricity generated in the state of Florida comes from natural gas. So when you go into the physics of it and you realize that in the conversion of natural gas to electricity, 60% of the energy content is lost in the converting factor, okay? So when you could use direct use natural gas where you're getting 93 to 99% of the energy content in your application, whether you're cooking with it, heating water, warming your house, drying your clothes, if you're using electricity where you could be using natural gas, you're actually throwing 60 cents out of every dollar away, right? So it's important to realize that in the state of Florida, we should be using our energy as best as we can, and we got to educate people on why that's important. You see the numbers here, $7.3 billion a year is wasted energy. We waste $7.3 billion a year in the state of Florida because we're misusing, we're using electric appliances where we should be using natural gas appliances. 44 million metric tons of excess CO2 are generated every year because of using electricity or natural gas. So with those numbers, those are pretty staggering numbers, but really when it comes down to is what's good for our communities, okay? What's good? We've got communities out there that are being developed still today, communities that are approved, some are developed. We've actually won a few developers back over in recent months to actually putting natural gas in voluntarily instead of having an ordinance. So we're having a positive movement, but there are still communities being developed without natural gas available, without an energy choice available. So when we sit here and we allow developers from Texas, from North Carolina, from Georgia, to come into the state of Florida, develop property, choose the cheapest route to be able to provide that home to our people, we're not doing what's necessarily the right thing. Again, you've got Leesburg, you've got the villages who've looked at it and said, we're not going to let those people do that. We're going to make sure that we have all the best available energy sources available to the homeowners when we do what we do. So what we're looking for is actually to bring natural gas into all new developments. The same as we've done with, in past. We have to realize that there's a necessity for everything. When the necessity came around for potable water and for sewer back in the 1930s, right? There was a necessity there. It was for the public good. It was for public well-being. In that case, it was for cleanliness. When it came around back in the 40s, for electricity to be available in all new developments, right? Because everybody needed electricity for light, for refrigeration, for living, right? And so I think we're at the point now where it's important for us to recognize that we need to make sure that the right energy is available to everybody in every community. So when we look, what does it mean financially? So what does it mean to our communities, to our local communities? Every home that uses electricity where they could be using natural gas could be losing up to $1,100 a year, okay? So if you're using electricity to cook your meals, to heat your water, to dry your clothes, or to warm your home, you're wasting up to $1,100 a year, okay? What does that mean? In our service territory, I'm gonna bring it down locally. In our service territory in West Orange and South Lake counties, that means there's $127 million a year in energy savings that's wasted. And it's wasted because those people don't have it available to them. They don't have a choice. Their developments were built without natural gas available or without any choice available. Yeah, you can look back and say, okay, well, they could have a choice. They could actually put in solar. Well, when you start talking about putting in solar, you're talking about an encumbrance on a house somewhere around $30,000 to $40,000 on a house. And some people have gone with solar, and they may be able to achieve some benefits, but without the federal incentives that were out there for solar, I think you're going to see that solar is going to have a difficult time on the residential scale now. Next slide. So in Lake County, and I'm just focused in on the service territory we provide for, because that's the data I have available to me. There are about 14,900 homes in Lake County that don't have natural gas available to them today. I know in our planned development areas, I keep hearing about Wellness Way. I look at the other areas in Lake County that we've got approved developments. I know we have somewhere on the order of maybe, 90,000 approved, residential units. Can imagine that growing at a rate of $1,100 of loss. I mean, we've got to make good decisions today to make sure that we don't grow ourselves in the position that we're in right now. And again, in Lake County, we got families losing nearly $15 million a year just because they don't have a choice in their energy provisions. So what we've been working on is a threefold approach. Our energy choice starts off with getting energy choice developments brought in. That starts out with getting ordinances passed, very similar to what's already in Leesburg, what's already in the villages, what's already been passed in Apopka, what's already been passed in Winter Garden, Claremont, and we've got it in works in several other cases, ordinances. Is if we can get the ordinances passed to be able to get the energy choice developments in here, we can actually curb some of this losses that families are feeling. And when you look at inflation where it is, every penny counts. One of the things that I noticed about my history when I came into the natural gas business 20-something years ago, natural gas was perceived as a luxury utility, right? Well, we have to change that perspective, because the entry-level homes, whenever you got the entry-level buyer that can afford to buy a home now, they're in their early 30s to mid-30s before they can afford to buy a home. They're buying a home at such a close margin that every penny counts, right? So if they don't have a choice, you know, as far as their energy cost, when they get in there, they don't have a choice between natural gas, electricity, you know, $1,100 a year can be the difference between somebody going bankrupt and losing their home or not. So I focus more on entry-level homes, for lower-income homes, for lower-income families, on a lot of the initiatives and things that we're doing. So we're working really, really hard with single-family homes, with smaller homes, trying to make sure we get natural gas and make it available to them, and not just new developments as well. So what we're asking today is that the county, I know it says cities here, but we're trying to get all the cities in the county to work with us to pass an ordinance to require natural gas be available in all new developments. Why? Because everybody should have the right to the energy choice that's available. So I'm going to jump through here real quick. Again, to reiterate, we've already passed these ordinances. I know one of the things that I've heard time and time again is that we're going to get resistance to these ordinances from the developers. Well, the problem is the developers that are developing in our areas know they've been getting away with this, okay? They know it. Because when they develop in Leesburg, they have to put natural gas in. Not only do they have to put it in the development, they have to put it in the houses. When they do it in the villages, whenever they develop in other states, because I've worked in Tennessee, Texas, Colorado, and now here in Florida, and I work with all the same developers. And all three of those other states, they put natural gas into every one of those houses. That was a debate I had when I came here, because people told me, it's like, well, they don't have the houses designed for natural gas. I said, I can show you those house plans that they have them for natural gas in Tennessee, Texas, and Colorado. They're sitting here, and they're actually making a choice to choose to take that option away because it's the cheapest route. They're in the business to save money, right? Well, our business is to do what's best for the homeowners that we actually serve, and not the developers. So that's why we're looking diligently to try to get these ordinances passed. But Apopka, Winter Garden, and Claremont, so far, we have had multiple developments come in, and we haven't had one developer make a complaint or be upset for having to put the natural gas in there. We've had a couple of them say, well, I'm not sure that I'm actually going to put it in the houses, but yet they turn around and they're actually putting it in the houses as well, because we're giving the incentives back. Instead of giving incentives towards the developer, we're giving incentives back to the home builder or to the home buyer whenever it comes down.
I just got a super quick question. I don't want to interrupt, but when did they stop putting in gas? Like, when did this start happening where it's like, we're not even going to put that in there?
It actually caught traction really strong about 5 or 6 years ago.
But before that, it was pretty uncommon.
Before that, it would come and go, because a lot of people looked at natural gas as just heating the home. And so there are a lot of developments in Florida. It's kind of fluctuated back and forth, but there was a time whenever it would come and then it would go. But again, when the net zero initiatives came in, when a lot of the things, the incentives coming in from the federal government came in, because a lot of these developers, they're developing and they're building to a net zero standard to be able to get federal government incentives. And so they build here and they go back to their state, and then they collect the incentives from the federal government as well. So the incentives for an electric appliance, for an energy compliant electric appliance, is 3 times the incentives for a natural gas appliance. But a natural gas appliance is more efficient by far than electric appliance. So you've got the federal government said, we're going to incentivize you to do these things, which aren't good things to do. We're going to incentivize these things so heavily, and now what they've allowed is the developers to collect all the incentives. So when the Energy Star standards and stuff changed about 4 or 5 years ago, and those incentives kept getting bumped up on the electric appliances, the builders, it made it easier for them to say, well, we're going to do net zero building. And they turn around and they collect all that money and they take it back to the states. They don't give it back to the homeowners. So, any other questions? I'll answer questions as we go. So with that, I just want to make a couple notes. The state of Florida back in 2021 recognized that energy choice was an important thing. You all were around. You were involved whenever they passed the bill that didn't allow fuel sources to be banned in any way. We've had the federal government is prohibiting, banning fuel sources. But the one thing that we didn't do was we haven't looked at the grassroots effort that it takes to make sure that the energy is available in the first place. Preventing somebody from banning it and making it available are two different things. And I think in where we are as far as our future goes, as far as, looking at what it's going to take for us to be the best we can be in the state of Florida, especially the way that we're growing, we've got to have proper usage of our energy throughout whatever we do. So with that, I want to give you one little perspective too on what we've done, because I've heard a couple times here about grants and about things like that. One of the things that we're working on here at the district is we've been constantly working to find money to be able to expand our natural gas infrastructure to get it to people who need it. Everybody needs it, but then there are people who need it even more. We've been successful multiple times with federal grants. We've received almost $3.5 million worth of federal grants. We put in for another $14 million worth of federal grants, and all that investment goes back into our communities to be able to grow and make improvements in our communities. We've also, in my previous life, at the previous utility I worked at, we were able to get state grants to grow the utility. So we're not just sitting here asking you to put a burden on the developers. We're doing our part too to go out and try to make sure that we grow the utility and make sure that it's efficient and available to everybody possible. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
I have a question that comes to mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Since most, I would say most development, residential development that happens in Lake County happens within the urbanized areas in the cities primarily. So have any of our cities here in Lake County done ordinances?
So Claremont passed their ordinance last
Well, I saw Claremont.
We are actually working with Groveland and Mascot as well. We've had difficulty getting in with Mineola, but Montverde, we're pretty much grown out in Montverde. There's not any developable land, and all those we have natural gas all through Montverde. So we're not looking to do the ordinance there, but we are actually in the areas that aren't going to pass an ordinance. We're asking for them to at least put a proclamation out that they're pro-energy choice. That way we can use that when we go for state and federal funding to be able to grow the systems into those areas.
So it would just seem, though, the areas in the unincorporated area that would come in for a new development are going to be maybe more remote, they may be lower density. I'm wondering how, from a business standpoint, it may be difficult to actually, very costly to get natural gas lines to those areas.
Yeah, so what we've been doing on most of the ordinances, all the ordinances have taken their own little twists and turns here and there. So in Apopka, they left the ordinance open to where the developer has to pay to get the natural gas to the development and the internals. When you look at Claremont's ordinance, they have to pay from 1,000 foot outside the development, inside the development. So we would have to extend to that 1,000 foot to get it there. Okay. And then for Winter Garden, it's 100 foot. So we have to extend to the 100 foot. So that burden puts it back on the district to determine whether it's financially feasible, whether gas is even available.
Okay.
No different than with the water and the sewer. When somebody puts in for a development, you check capacity and availability.
Okay, so it would be real similar to like what the state statute says on water and sewer availability. Like if we chose 1,000 feet or X number of feet.
Yeah, and we're working diligently on our master plan to make sure that we have natural gas available everywhere. Because it really, in the state of Florida, when I was in Tennessee, Colorado, it's different. Texas, it's a little bit different. Other states, it's different. In Tennessee, we have a lot of hydroelectric generation capacity. So there's not a lot of natural gas generation. It was coal, nuclear, and hydro. But in the state of Florida, with it being 83%, you got to look at the numbers. For me, I had to look at the numbers and say, what's the smart decision? We've got to stop these electric-only developments from going. So.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Maybe I'm a little confused about some things. So are you saying that if we have a utility easement in a development, that utility easement denies gas from going in?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. So it's just like the cable company or the phone company or the power company. So you can dig your trench and you can put your facilities in, correct?
Yes.
So what's this ordinance for?
This ordinance is to make sure that the gas is available where it can be available, because if you do an
Wait, what do you mean, make sure it's available? Are you saying you want the developer to put the pipe in?
Yes, sir.
At the developer's cost? Why?
Because you've got to look at the energy.
I'm looking at it,
is
the phone business used to do it all the time. We put our cable in, and we look at churn rates, and we look at return on investments, and we made a decision whether it was feasible to put fiber lines in that facility or in that development. You're saying that the gas company wants the developer to burden all the costs for the gas company?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying for the mainline infrastructure, yes. But for the services, we put the services in, we put everything in, and we actually give all the money back. What we've shown, we actually give the money
You're
back.
talking main line down the street of inside the development, not down the highway, not the main trunk.
Yes.
It's a side trunk, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't like it.
But that's only if they have something close. Are you a private business, private entity?
No, sir, we're public. We're public.
Yeah, you're stockholder driven.
Stock,
No, we're not stockholder driven.
Oh, you're not profit?
We're a public, we're a public utility. We're a special utility district.
Yeah.
Not for profit?
Gas
No,
district.
we are not. 100% of our revenue has to go back into the infrastructure or back to the cities.
So everybody you've mentioned here, they have utility services already. We're not a utility service provider. So what you're asking us to do is to write an ordinance requiring the developers to do this. And what benefit other than saving money for the residents, which will it save money, or will it be tacked on to increase the price of the house because they have to run this gas line? I don't know. It doesn't sound.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't put your own trunk lines in and then put a campaign out there that says, hey, this will save you $1,100 a year, and let the customer decide whether they want to hook up or not.
So when you come in and retrofit the development, if the developer doesn't choose to have natural gas go in on the first place, because we can't go in there until the development's turned in over to the city and the right-of-ways are dedicated. So if the developer is taking their incentives from the federal government, taking all the incentives for the net zero incentives that they're getting, and they say, we don't allow you in here, we have to wait until it's actually dedicated back to the city, it's all completely developed, and it costs us about 3 times as much to put the infrastructure in. When you talk about the return on investment on that, there is no return on investment, because that puts you out to a 30-year life of utilities, and so you just can't afford to serve at that point in time. It's no different than the electric, the water, the sewer. What I'm saying is natural gas, because of the energy perspective of things, has become an essential utility. And if you don't look at it that way from an essential utility standpoint, then ultimately what you're saying is we're going to put our customers, our ratepayers, our tax base, our communities at risk of uncontrollable electric rates that, again, those uncontrollable electric rates are throwing away 60 cents out of every dollar. They can't undo that. When you choose electricity over natural gas, you're throwing that money away, right? And again, when we're talking about burdening developers, that model for burdening developers is already here. That model, the house that sells in Lake County doesn't sell for anything less than the houses that sell in Leesburg. The houses that sell in the villages sell for no less than the houses that sell in Lake County. They're taking that money with them already. So we're just taking back for our communities the money that they deserve.
So the villages have a joint trench agreement. So they allow the power, the water, the cable, and the fiber, and the cable companies to go in, right? Under a joint trench agreement. I'm only assuming that the gas company is in the joint trench agreement as well.
So when you're saying joint trench agreement, are you talking about the physical joint trenching or the allowance of the utility to be in the easement?
The physical joint trench.
I don't know that the other utilities actually do physical joint trenching.
They do in the villages. At least they did 6 years ago when I was the engineering manager there, and buried fiber every day in the villages in a joint trench.
Okay.
So the question I have, again, is you're asking the county to make a requirement that, I mean, we don't tell the developer, hey, you got to bury fiber in your development for free.
We do have to tell them they have to have electricity.
We don't, yeah,
do.
but they don't have to have fiber.
We tell them they have to have electricity.
Electric and water.
I mean,
Right.
So,
Right, but
Yeah, I don't want to confuse the fact. I understand the value of telecommunications and everything, but.
I don't like it.
Essential utility.
I don't like it that you're forcing, that the government is forcing something that the private industry has to pay for.
Yeah, but it's such a basic utility.
it's electric. I
My
mean,
question was, when did this stop? Because it was never an issue. Then all of a sudden, developers woke up one day and they're like, we're just not going to do this anymore.
Well, it's because they get big-time incentives to stay with electrical.
That annoys me, because you're right, it's us dipping our hand into the marketplace, but I think for a disproportionate benefit for the consumer, because I mean, they buy this house and they're like, oh, wow, I don't, it's not easy for me to get gas at this point. And I just think that's wrong. That's why I'm very open, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm very open-minded to it, because
And I'm interested in seeing all these incentives that these developers are getting from the power companies and the water companies that people are throwing out. They're getting incentives. I don't know. I'm not a developer. I don't know about it, but I'd like to see that in writing somewhere where a developer is making incentives off of the electric company. I also have a concern, like in my house and in my development, there is no trunk line to get to my neighborhood. So you can make a developer put in natural gas, but you don't have the infrastructure there to get the natural gas to my neighborhood.
If the infrastructure is not available for us to get it there, then they don't have to put the infrastructure in. That's what's inside the agreements, and that's what's been signed with the other cities that have passed it. If it's not physically capable of getting the gas there or financially feasible to get it there, then it's not a requirement from them to put it in. But I will iterate and reiterate the fact that I feel like there's the concern about the burden for the developers. We haven't had one developer complain at one city council meeting, and I've gone to multiples for everyone, not one. We actually had a developer sit in the Wellness Way meeting, which was Lennar Homes, who has been one of the developers that's doing electric only. And in the Wellness Way meeting has sat there and asked us, hey, do we have gas available? Because we're switching back over to doing gas for our developments. Because the pendulum has swung, and a lot of these incentives and stuff are starting to go away. And again, we want to make sure that it's the best energy choice is for us to be available to people, because,
Well, I can
again,
tell you, I'm glad you brought this up as a presentation, because if it goes into an ordinance, I've got some due diligence. I manage my facts, and I will be asking a lot of people, not only developers, but power companies, phone companies, cable companies, a lot of people, a lot of questions before I make a decision.
yeah, I'll tell you how.
And I'll be asking other gas companies as well.
I'll tell you how far it's gone with the incentives. OUC actually put out an incentive that said if you put natural gas in a development, that you have to pay them a $500 penalty. Of course, Florida Natural Gas Association, we threatened a lawsuit against them, and it went to the Attorney General to actually have them repeal that, because, again, they were disincentivizing another utility or energy source. That's how far it's going. So yes, I'll get you the information that you need as far as the Department of Energy. The incentives for most electric companies, they post those, but what I'm talking about, the incentives come from the federal level, outside of the actual electric utility or the other utilities. There are incentives there, the same as we do incentives for builders. We do incentives, they do incentives. We want to make sure that all incentives go to at the local level, that we don't give the incentives back to the developers. And that's what we currently do now. We're just making sure that the developer pays theirs on the front end, and then we turn around and we take the money that we invest in it and we give it back to the homeowners at the homeowners end of things to make sure that they have a positive impact on them. So we actually make sure that homeowners don't have any cost, or if it's an individual homeowner, the way our incentives are working now. So like I heard a couple of you talk about you don't have gas in your houses. if we grow into your development, let's just say we get the federal grants or we get state grants to be able to grow the system at an accelerated rate into your development, then the incentives will come back to you as a homeowner to help pay for the piping and the appliances and stuff as well. So we're taking that money and spooling that money back into the local communities and not doing what the developers are doing, because I know where all the home offices for all these developers are. There's not one of them that's here in the state of Florida. Not one. Not one. Lennar Homes, Beezer Homes, every one of those is in another state. They're not here. That money doesn't stay here at home. And so we want to make sure that what money we put back in, we put it back in and it stays here in Florida.
I think it's great as a starting conversation, and it is just, an observation that right now, we do require, in our subdivisions, you don't put a subdivision in without a power source, without a fuel source to power that home, right? So we are already mandating it. We're just mandating one company over another, or one type over another, right?
We're taking the monopoly factor.
So let's get rid of our requirement to have electricity.
No,
Well, you can't do that.
I mean,
Well,
what you said is just doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's the.
You're requiring them to have electricity, right? So, and you're saying we want him to require to have gas. So why don't we not require anybody to have electricity or gas?
Well, I will say back to you, that's ridiculous, because you can't have a neighborhood without.
Point taken.
You can't-
Electricity.
But what you're doing is
How-
you're
how can-
actually, you're requiring a consumer to only have one choice, the most expensive choice. And so this is actually saying, okay, you've got two sources that you could use as a consumer in that neighborhood, and if you want to choose the one that's going to cost you less on your bill, or maybe the one that ultimately is less impactful on the environment, or whatever, we right now, we don't give them that choice. And, I just think it's a good.
Misunderstanding what I'm saying. Yes, we require them to have electricity, but we don't require the development to purchase the cable, put in the ditch, to take it to the home. What he's asking for is we require the developer to purchase the pipe, to put it in the ditch, to take it to home. What I'm saying is, they put in the pipe and then they sell their gas that is better than electric and let the consumer decide. Make it competitive. This is a free market. We are a capitalist market.
It's not competitive right now because the developers
Yeah, no,
are
I
not-
appreciate the
So just
distinction
to
of
know,
the materials. but
Developers pay for the electricity to go into development.
Yeah,
Put in-
yeah.
They do.
They do that.
They pay
that
for
right
the
now.
conduit, the cable,
Can
all the.
you
back-
run
They pay through it
Can
through.
you run a
their-
whole house on gas?
Yes, you can.
How can you do it?
Good,
You,
but it's,
natural gas is the number one backup power source and primary source.
Tell me how you run electricity to get electric to your, through gas
You can put in a natural gas generator and you can run a house off natural gas all day, every
and
day.
increase costs
Nope, it'll still be
Put-
cheaper.
to put a natural gas.
Still be cheaper. You know why I'll tell you that it's more reliable and cheaper? Because Duke Power, when they put in their new operations facility, you know what they put in for their backup power whenever their power goes out?
Natural gas.
Natural gas.
yeah, all right, so,
And you know what, Duke's number one investment for them to grow their system is not electricity. They go out and they buy gas systems. Why are they buying gas systems? Because gas systems are the smart, most efficient, cost-effective way to
That's
provide-
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if it's so great, then you supply the material to get it to the home. That's the only thing I'm saying. We'll make an ordinance that says, hey, if you're not allowing gas companies in there, you got to allow the gas company to go in. Not that we're going to pay for everything. You got to buy everything. And we don't charge the developer, or the power company doesn't charge the developer to put in the cable
Yes,
or their
yes.
They-
their
they-
electricity.
they do.
They do
They-
it through churn rates.
Nope.
Well, they did, well, I can only
They have to
speak
pay-
for.
they have to pay
I
the-
can only speak for the phone company then, when we did our fiber.
100%, because I
So
run
we
fiber
never got,
business model.
we never were charged. We never charged the developer. We did a calculation on churn rates, and we made an educated business decision whether to supply that neighborhood with fiber optics or not supply that neighborhood with fiber optics. All I'm saying is the gas company needs to do the same thing. Make a business decision, whether to supply that neighbor. If it's so much better than electricity, you should be able to sell that all day long.
Right.
And that is true. We don't have difficulty selling natural gas in developments where it's available. Our problem is in the developments where it's not available or where we're not allowed to go in. It's almost,
So when you're not allowed to go in, what do you mean by that?
we can't go into a development unless the developer allows us in there. The problem is whenever they actually dedicate the road and the right-of-way back over to the cities, once the development is done, that's the only time
that's
we can
too late.
actually go in. That's the only time we can go in.
So you're just asking for an ordinance to allow you to put your material in, the same as the phone or the electric. You're not asking them to purchase the material.
Actually, the ordinance that we put in place models the same one that's in place around the area, and that requires them to purchase it and allow us to be in.
Well,
Now, that's the ones that we've been passing.
How about if we
Sure,
just-
But it's your ordinance. You can write the ordinance however you want to write the ordinance because
We're being a salesman for him. That's all we're doing, is.
So I'm
require-
okay with saying, hey, if the gas company comes to you along with the phone company and the power company, you gotta allow them in at the same time.
So, yes, you'll have to make that part of the development agreement through the ordinance or through the development.
Not pay for your material, but just allow you in there.
If that's what we get, that's still a huge saving to the ratepayers.
Why couldn't we consider, though, just making it equivalent to the power company? Why wouldn't we
Well, I
make
would
it
like
equivalent?
I would like to see where we pay the power company or the developer pays power company per foot for their cable. I want to see that
Yeah,
document from Lake County.
I've spent
I mean, we.
27
It's
years
how
doing it.
it,
I wanna see that
I'm
the-
dealing
y'all
with
are-
it, Seco and Duke right now. I mean, we were talking about last week.
All right, y'all are saying yes. I haven't seen it. I don't know that.
So they pay a developer to put electric in.
They pay for the
the developer
for the
pays.
The developer
Because
pays
it's part of their cost
Duke
of
Energy.
getting a house
And Seco.
available for someone to
I
actually
would like to see
live in
that
that house.
document.
Or you can call Seco and Duke up. But I like the spirited discussion, but I appreciate the discussions we've had, Brent. I'm gonna, instead of being hyper-focused on the government overreach argument, national policy and understanding, you know, what, where we're trying to go and actually provide choice in Lake County, you know, unabashedly, natural gas and nuclear is where we need to go. And we are trying to keep up with electrical demands in Lake County, for instance, with providing industrial space. There is an inefficiency, whether you like it or not, in providing electric through miles and miles of wires and trying to push electrons through it and provide the power.
Well, and-
When you have the efficiency here with natural gas and you're providing a choice, it is simply, it is unarguably that much more efficient. We're not making anybody hook up to natural gas. It's the availability of having the availability of the lines. Claremont is, and by the way, I think it's being consistent. We need to be consistent with Claremont, especially in the Wellness Way area. What did Claremont? How do they address the?
So Claremont's ordinance requires that we would extend up to 1,000 feet to get to the development, and then the developer pays that 1,000 feet and everything internal to the development.
Okay. Yeah, so there's something, you know, zeroing in on something that's similar to what they're doing would be what I would be in favor of. And I know we're just discussing today, but I just think I think it's actually providing choice. And the only one that would actually ever possibly complain about this bellyache is going to be developers. So you have to ask about really whose interest is here. And if we're trying to give them the choice at least, then I think that's where I would side.
But when they're the developer and the home builder, I think they tend to like the idea that they can offer that to their customers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to make note that in our service territory, having natural gas available to the houses or in the houses is a huge benefit to the homeowner as well. A home that has natural gas in it has an 8% higher value, resale value, in our service territory, in the territory, than any other home. So again, you take a $300,000 home, you're actually increasing the value by having natural gas in there. So you're threefold making positive impacts on the people that live in the communities, and making positive decisions from a public service standpoint is what we're all here to do. I'm a public servant. I'm no different than you all are.
And my electric bill is, it's like 500, I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but it's a lot of money. And I can only imagine if that was available to me.
Yeah, I just think he just agreed to, if we just make an ordinance that would allow him to put his material in at the time that that the cable companies and the phone companies and the electric companies go in, you're good with it, right?
Whatever your ordinance you put in place, we will make it work.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should see a couple options on those ordinances.
Yeah, does Leesburg, how do they do it?
Leesburg, the developer pays 100%. They not only have to pay 100%, but they have to guarantee 3 appliances in every home. So not only do they delegate it that the utility has to be put in, but it has to actually be put in the home, and 3 appliances in the homes as well.
Leesburg makes money on gas. That's why they did that.
Yeah,
We're
no,
not a
they
utility.
They get a, what do you call it, like franchise fee or something. They get money
They
back.
sell gas.
But again, that doesn't, just that fact alone doesn't mean that this is not a good idea.
Exactly.
I mean, you can say, well, they're making money off of, therefore, they're,
I'm with Kirby, though. I don't think it should be a burden to anybody. Let them put the infrastructure in. If it's so good, they can sell it.
I'd say,
Well, right now
treat
it's a
them just
burden.
like a power company.
So when you say burden,
It's a burden to the residents
the burden
now.
is still
Developer
on
pays the power
ratepayers
company,
for the
developer
natural
pays
gas.
these guys, and now you've got 2 choices for the consumer.
I believe there's a homeowners, there's a Lake County Builders Association guy around here somewhere, but I'll certainly find out if that's absolutely true.
Yeah, they'd need to weigh in.
Okay, all right, well, good discussion.
Thank you.
Very informative.
Lively.
Any questions or any follow-up actions, just let me.
Yeah, I mean, I put it on the agenda. The follow-up, I think you could get with Jennifer and Melanie, maybe provide a couple of options for us, if that's, that's what we want to do, but that's what I'd like to do.
Maybe get a couple of the ordinance
Yeah.
options with a couple bullets with each one that shows what's different.
We'll debate it.
Different versions of it, yeah.
Yep, thank y'all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Day.
All right, thank you. This is, the next one is tab 41, having to do with land development regulations pertaining to landscaping regulations in Wellness Way.
Good afternoon. For the record, Kathleen Dial, Executive Director of Development Services. Here today to provide you a brief update regarding changes to this ordinance since the last time that you saw it. And in the interest of time, I'll just focus on updates to the timeline since we last discussed this, which was October 29th during a board workshop. And then there was another industry stakeholder meeting with Commissioner Parks on November 6th. The Planning and Zoning Board considered the revisions to the ordinance on December 3rd and unanimously voted to recommend it for approval. So today I'll go through the changes that have been made to the ordinance as a result of those stakeholder meetings and the feedback that we have received. The intent of the ordinance has been clarified to include drought-tolerant species, water budgets, reducing the use of fertilizers and pesticides, and encouraging the use of Florida native species to promote biodiversity and the importance of the Wellness Way Area Plan to the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Changes have been made to allow irrigation and landscape on the same plan and to allow for a master plan submittal for lots that are typical in a development. We have eliminated the specifications in the code around the irrigation design and provided for design that meets the Florida Water Star Silver certification. We've included a water management plan submittal to show irrigation source and water budget, and included homeowner education requirements. In your packet today is a sample homeowner education guide. We've included references to the right plant, right place principles and site appropriate Florida native species to the Lake Wells Ridge. clarified the intent of the percentage breakdown between Florida native and Florida friendly to be by plant count, not by species count, clarified the language around the irrigation volume for plant beds and tree bubblers, and provided examples of landscape code and irrigation plans to help show the intent of the code over and above the outside collaborative New Yard pattern book that was already there. So today's requested action is approval to advertise for the landscape regulations for Wellness Way, and the execution of the copyright release and licensing agreement with Quality by Design, Inc., which is the company that provided the examples of the landscape and irrigation plans to help show the intent of the code. And I'll stand by for any questions.
Can you explain the last comment that, go back one?
Yes, maybe.
Copyright release and license agreement. Can you explain that?
I can explain that for you. So one of the stakeholders that participated in the meetings with us, they donated their sample landscape plans to the county. So this is just a copyright release saying that they are giving that to us for public use.
Thank you. This is just an approval to advertise, correct?
Correct.
Advertise it. Move to approve.
Oh, wait a minute, though, I have a speaker card.
Oh,
Can you pull that back in?
no, oh, yeah, advertise approval. See, I've tried to do approval for advertisement, so I tried to do it backwards. Long day.
Okay, all right. Then we're going to get our speaker, and then we're going to come back to the motion. Joe?
I've seen these regulations, and I totally disagree with them. I think you even use the word government overreach. They don't address secondary water issues or other concerns like bad landscapers, because a lot of the HOAs have contracted lawn maintenance out there. It seems like it just focuses on the homeowners and how they need to cut their water down. I don't agree with that at all. I like a lot of grass, and I think that I should have a way to have my lot how I want to have it. What little control that we have, because we're regulated by several agencies, is not a good way. I can't call that my own home. So I would ask that you would look at this ordinance and also put the landscapers and their qualifications of how good they are to put these sprinkler systems together. I've seen our own landscapers, Floral Lawn, drive right over the top of my sprinklers, not report them to the company, and then not get them fixed. Thank you for St. John Water. They looked into this issue. They looked down how long it took for maintenance logs. There's no requirements for the company to come out there, especially these ones that are run by the HOAs, to fix these water issues. So I think that it needs to look at the industry too that's making these situations, not only just that. I know you copied the Claremont issue one, and if I remember right, one of the studies was they excluded secondary water discussions. And I noted this didn't cover that either. Stormwater, capture, reclaim water, I think that should also be copied in there too, to kind of force these places to kind of consider those options. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there any kind of rain garden type language in there, or is that like, I mean, anybody can do that, right?
Yeah, anybody
It's not
can.
like a mandated type thing, but it's something
No,
that somebody could choose to do.
Yeah, you can do that. You know, obviously, I'm in favor of advertising. I wanted to say I appreciate all the landscapers that came to the workshops. We worked like the last one, especially. It was a lot of hours we put into it. I know Melanie and Kathleen was writing feverishly to try to capture all the changes. So I thank them a lot for coming and being a part of that. You know, there are things addressed like the quality of it and what's going to be required in a permit, but also making it efficient for how they submit permits, because of a lot of times it's a large development that could be going into Wellness Way, a large track of homes, if you will. So I think that was quite addressed. I think that was addressed very well, actually, to their satisfaction. Just so you know, those in the business, like Mr. Watson, I know was a part of this. So the alternative water supplies, it would not address the ordinance. Just to be clear, it wouldn't address that. It wouldn't really. No ordinance would really. No landscaping ordinance like this would address that because that's sort of outside of the house and how to get water to it. It's a very good point. That is a big part of Wellness Way is trying to get the secondary sources, the mix of alternative water supply, and there's the planning that's going on for that right now. Could be blending of stormwater mixed with lower Florida and poor quality, mixed with reuse that for years we've been trying to get from Conserve 2. So that'll all be, that discussion is a little separate, but it does play into the provision of water here. So I don't know, you want to talk about it more, but I'm all.
Sure, I think it's government overreach, unenforceable, and should be an HOA issue.
Yeah. Well, I think the opposite. Read the ordinance. But anyway, I'll make a motion to pass to advertise it.
Well, we actually had a motion, didn't we?
Well, you went ahead and made the motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I can do what I was going to do originally anyway.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, all right. We have a motion, and a second to advertise. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So we're advertising.
Come prepared for the hearing.
Oh, my goodness. Goodness.
Now we're going to move into stormwater management.
Well, that's a great segue. isn't it?
And we probably all need a cup of coffee right now.
We need an espresso maker in here. That's
I know, we do.
next year's budgeting season, we're putting that in.
It's going to roads, it's not going to an espresso maker.
10%.
There you go. Yeah, I did. Thank you very much.
It's been a long day, so I'll try to be quick. It's just an update. So, good afternoon. For the record, Jordan Salinger, Public Works Operations Director. So we're here today to present on staff's efforts in trying to implement some higher regulatory standards for stormwater and floodplain regulations. So, brief outline, I'm going to review the background, the purpose, the recommendations that we've previously provided, a timeline of the key events, the ordinance status, and next steps, and then we'll open it up for questions and discussion. So, for the background, on October 9th and 10th, we experienced severe flooding as a result of Hurricane Milton. On October 22nd, the board discussed increasing regulations and requested that staff look into potential code revisions to better protect our residents. December 3rd, following a Public Works presentation on FEMA regulations, the board directed staff to pursue stronger standards. January of this year, Public Works conducted an in-depth presentation with multiple recommendations to which the board approved us to move forward with. So the purpose today is to provide a status report on where we are in that progress. So the next two slides are a list of the recommendations approved at that January board meeting. There are 11 recommendations in total so far, with more to follow as we do have a consultant, Kimley Horn, that will assist us in developing the updates and then also providing additional recommendations as we work through that process. So as a quick recap, we want to focus on hydraulic connectivity of floodplains, even though it's staff's current practice to review and make sure that we maintain that connectivity. We want to ensure that appropriate, clear language is present in our ordinances. We would also like to prohibit the use of fill in floodways because it's incredibly difficult to provide compensating storage in those areas. We want to ensure that if development requires compensatory storage, that they remain hydraulically connected to the existing special flood hazard areas. We're looking to simply clean up the buildable area language to help preserve any special flood hazard areas that are on site. And then also related to buildable area, where sufficient buildable area does not exist outside of the special flood hazard area, we do not currently limit this development other than requiring compensating storage for the impacts to the flood zone. And we know that these get filled in over time. So the proposed recommendations would require the structure to be without the use of fill, such as stem wall construction or an elevated structure using piers or piles. And of course, there would be some exceptions for very specific purposes like septic tanks that can't be elevated. All right, so increasing the freeboard requirement from 1.5 feet above base flood elevation to 2 feet above base flood elevation. This would apply to properties within the special flood hazard area and would ensure that new development is more resilient to flood events. And now we know that the FEMA flood maps are really just, a line on a map, right? We know that flooding does not necessarily stop at that line. So we want to make sure that homes that are just outside of that FEMA flood zone that are at risk are also protected. So we want to extend that freeboard requirement for certain properties that would be at risk. Cumulative substantial improvements, substantial damage, 1-year look-back period. We currently do not have any cumulative look-back period. FEMA requires homes in flood zones to be brought into compliance if the repairs or improvements exceed 50% of the structure's value. Without a look-back period, owners can avoid compliance by splitting up the work into multiple permits. A 1-year look-back period allows the county to consider all permits within a 12-month period, and it prevents that circumvention and reduces those repetitive flood losses. And then the last 3 bullet points relate to individual residential lots. Our current lot grading ordinance is a bit conditional and burdensome to apply as intended. So if a proposed structure meets a list of conditions, they may be able to submit a plot plan in lieu of an engineered plan. At times, we end up with hand-drawn plans, and as you can imagine, this isn't very helpful in trying to review for stormwater impacts to neighboring properties. For any brand-new home being developed on a lot that was not previously developed, we need an engineered plan that shows stormwater retention and the drainage patterns so that we can ensure they are developing responsibly and not impacting their neighbors. We also want to tighten up the language on where stormwater should be directed. Currently, it's not abundantly clear in the ordinance, although we do say that you can't adversely impact your neighbor. And then lastly, we would like to incorporate a minimum retention standard so we have a compliance metric for both review and inspections. Because simply not impacting your neighbor doesn't provide for a good minimum standard. So for properties 1 acre or less in size, they must retain 1 inch of runoff for the entire property, and properties larger than 1 acre must retain 1 inch of runoff for just the disturbed area. So a timeline of the key events. So October of 24, we discussed Hurricane Milton. December of 24, we gave a FEMA presentation in which the board directed higher standards. January, the board approved staff to proceed with those higher standards. February, as a result of that board direction, coordination began with Kimley Horn, our consultant. In May, we were hit with Senate bill amendments which limited local authority, potentially threatening these ordinance updates. Between June and August, we had multiple discussions with FDEM and legal regarding the Senate bill to determine if we should proceed with these updates before we devoted, additional fiscal resources to that effort. And then in September, the board confirmed that staff should proceed with the ordinance updates, and as such, we have proceeded with the floodplain ordinance, which does require FDEM review and feedback. This past October, the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, delayed our FDEM feedback because there is some FEMA coordination involved there. And then October 26th, we experienced our most recent heavy rainfall and flash flooding events. So it's been quite a year for Public Works, recovering from Milton and Senate bills and shutdowns and rain events, but staff is now proceeding with moving all of the ordinance updates forward. So all 11 of the recommendations fall somewhere within the stormwater, lot grading, and floodplain regulations. And as you can see, floodplain regulations touch multiple areas of our LDRs, not to mention our comp plan, so it's quite the task to ensure that these updates are comprehensive and not introducing conflicts between ordinances. So we've now received feedback from the State Floodplain Office, and we expect to have final drafts for lot grading and floodplain shortly. So the next steps, and really the final takeaway that we have, is that staff is moving all of these updates forward. Lot grading and floodplain ordinances will be tweaked once more before being sent to legal for hopefully a final review. Kimley Horn will begin on the stormwater ordinance updates and provide additional recommendations that relate both to larger subdivisions, commercial developments, transportation infrastructure, and MS4 regulations. So we understand that the larger developments, really that's the hot topic, but it is also a more complicated topic, which will require a deeper dive and analysis into our regulations versus neighboring counties and other municipalities, so that we're on the same page, we're consistent, and we're bringing forth appropriate recommendations for the larger developments. So we're going to look to Kimley Horn to help guide us on some of those deeper recommendations. And as we get these ordinances in their final state, we're not going to hold them and bring them forth in one package. We're going to try to bring them forward as we get them done so that we can implement them that much quicker. So I'll hand it back to the board for any questions or discussions you may have.
Okay, I like the approach of bifurcating them and getting them to us as they're ready. And then when we get to the stormwater ordinance, I think we've talked about this before, but when we actually have like a draft or something that cities can look at, I think we should send it out, and we should ask the cities to consider the possibility of having uniform stormwater regulations.
Is this something that they're working on that will go on the 2050 comp plan?
No, this would be LDR, so this is going to come back as LDRs,
Okay,
run
but it
through
will
planning and
support
zoning.
it, the 2050 comp plan? It's to help support it, right?
Well, yes, I mean, it would be, you would have in your 2050 comp plan, you're going to have generalized language about stormwater management, floodplain, lot.
Well,
Be
that's what I'm
consistent.
asking. I just didn't know how to ask it, because I just want to make sure that they're doing all this work and it's going to flow smoothly.
Yeah, in fact, the nice thing about it is that it's kind of like you have the details, and then you go over to the comp plan side of it, and you mesh the two.
Okay.
And, yeah,
The same consultant that's helping us with these updates is also
Doing the
doing the
comp.
comp plan.
yeah.
I just encourage you, I think you're going to do it, but when you're going through all this, relaying to the public the benefit from insurance and how that's going to affect their insurance rates and higher ratings and everything. So are you going to do part of that, do you think?
Many of these measures would earn us CRS credit.
Yeah.
And that's the goal, is to get as much CRS credit as we can so that we can reduce those insurance premiums for
Yeah,
residents.
and just showing the public that.
Could we do work on, like, more of an immediate press release that describes what we're working on right now and how that could be a benefit to homeowners and their insurance? And so we just like let the public know that these are things that we're working on right now and where that ties into their insurance.
We can absolutely work on something similar to a PSA. It's just, this
Okay.
is what we're working on, we can put that out.
Because we've been telling everyone, everyone knows we have these issues, we're working on them. I think the more that we can get it out, that this is what we're doing and that we're
Very
making
good.
progress and how it ultimately impacts them dollar-wise as well as obviously practically speaking, it impacts them. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Well, we have them here. Okay.
It's good stuff, but later.
All right, we have tab 44. This is a recommendation to appoint Hugh Gravitt to the Well Florida Council as a Lake County purchaser.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving to commissioner reports. We don't, wait a minute, usually,
County Attorney, County Manager.
I flipped the page too fast. County Attorney report. County Manager report.
Just a reminder that the county offices will be closed for both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. as well as New Year's Day. So I would like to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Sabatini,
No report. Merry Christmas.
Commissioner Parks.
Quickly, just want to thank all the cities that did wonderful parades, the city Christmas and holiday parade and festivities. They were all great, including a few that I participated in, Claremont and Montverde, for instance. Also, there was a great Hanukkah celebration. It kicked off Hanukkah Sunday night, Chabad in Southlake, which kudos to them. It keeps getting bigger and bigger, Christians and Jews alike at that event. So I thought it was really good. And other than that, I just want to thank staff and Jennifer, your team, everybody involved for this wonderful year we're wrapping up, and want to wish everybody the best. Enjoy time with families, and Merry Christmas to everybody. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Smith.
No report. I just want to thank staff for another wonderful year, all the hard work they do, and most importantly, wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a blessed and Happy New Year.
Commissioner Morris.
One quick thing, I think everybody's received the Evergreen Cemetery emails that have been coming in. I'm trying to stay on top of that for everybody. So it's kind of in my area, and a lot of the people that are buried there are from Leesburg, so I've got some coordination going with the people that are in tune, so I'll keep you posted. Other than that, that's all.
Okay. Let's see, tomorrow, Lake County Fire Station 91 open house event, 9 a.m. mascot. Okay, tonight I'll be at the CRA meeting in just a few short hours here for Mountain Plymouth Sorrento CRA. Want to mention that, and Wednesday night, Sullivan's Ranch, Mid-Florida Materials is having a town hall meeting in the community building there at Sullivan's Ranch, so that should be interesting. And
When is that?
6, is it 6 p.m.? Let's see, check, 5:30 or 6? Or is it 6:30? 6:30.
Tonight?
No, that's Wednesday night.
6:30 tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how many residents go. Some residents are skeptical about even being there, but we'll see how things go. Also, a shout out to the cities and all the great festivities and parades, and I've had the pleasure of being in the Christmas Cracker Parade. Christmas Cracker Parade. I think that's how they order.
Christmas Queen?
No, I was not. But it was fun. I even had a dog walking in the parade with me, and a very special dog. My grandchildren were in the parade with me, so it was a lot of fun. It was a great event. It was their 50th anniversary of having this parade.
Wow.
So it was a pretty big deal, which takes us back to, 1975. And so that was the theme of my vehicles in the parade. I had 1970s cars. Let's see, shout out to the Mount Dora congregation. They had their Hanukkah opening night on Sunday night down in Gilbert Park. And don't forget about the Mount Dora half marathon this weekend. And Mount Dora downtown will be very busy in the evenings, I can assure you, on Friday and Saturday, like they have been. And it's gorgeous. If you haven't been downtown Mount Dora to see the lights, it's always fabulous.
Yeah, I believe Mount Dora had a traffic jam somewhere around about 5:45 last night because I was in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah? 5:45, huh?
I think we should, as a county, send a letter to Mount Dora saying they shouldn't do the one-way thing that they're trying to do with the roads. The one-way roads, you guys know about that, right?
Yeah, I saw something about that.
Think about it. We could talk about it in January, but they want to spend to reduce parking down to Mount Dora by making half the roads one-way roads. So I think we should send a letter.
Does it look like it's actually moving forward?
Oh, no, it's done. It's done. It was a 5-2 vote. It passed the council. They're spending $1 million on the P&E or whatever they call it, and then they're going to move forward with it to reduce the amount of parking and turn 4 of the roads into one-way roads. I was shocked how fast it happened. That's why I brought it up right now.
Yeah, that's really amazing.
So, something that we should think about.
Everybody's going back to two-way.
Yeah, except them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, and I do want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Yeah, have a great holiday time with your family and friends, and appreciate the decorations here at the county building and all the work that went into the state of the county, and our staff, our IT media staff. They did a fabulous job, and everybody that, all of those things that were featured, we all know all of the many hours and all the effort that went into all of those.
Tavares High School Choir.
Oh, the
Yeah, I was
Tavares
gonna
Choir.
mention that.
I'm going to kick it back to Commissioner Smith, but that was fabulous. I took a couple videos of that and put it out on social media, just because it really gets you in the spirit, right? It was, and the acoustics in this building are fabulous.
And they're getting better and better every year.
Yeah.
And bigger and bigger.
So we'll close it with your special recognition. Do we have a theme today?
Oh, wow, we got a
Okay,
theme
all
today.
right.
Today's a national day. And today is actually something that everybody could enjoy, because today is National Cover Anything with Chocolate Day.
We did that for lunch.
Didn't we do that before?
We
So
haven't had
whatever you have, just cover it with chocolate and eat it. And that's all I have.
Love it.
I like that. That's a good note to end on. All right, Merry Christmas, everyone.
We got to do our Christmas greeting out in the rotunda.